live episode of Surviving the Survivor. We bring you the best guests in all of true crime. Don't forget to subscribe and smash that like button. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning broadcaster, Joel Waldman.
Everyone can be seated. All the jurors back in the jury room. Okay.
I know.
Anything that needs to be addressed.
Do I?
Mr. Rauschbaum?
Nothing.
All right. And of course, we'll have to wait for them to use the bathroom.
Okay, I think she's gonna. Okay, I'm gonna give. I can say this. What she I'm okay. If she goes over, then I'm gonna. The evidentiary passes. He wasn't there. If she goes overboard. What's that?
juries that always remains the same when you come back from a break. Did you go to the bathroom? Who needs to go to the bathroom? Once we're done with the bathroom, we'll get started.
Sorry.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, we will continue with the state's case at this time. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Clark.
Dr. Clark, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, it is.
You may take your seat.
Judge, before I get started with this witness, the clerk advised me that State's Exhibit 121, the glass removed from Mr. Markel's face, was identified but not admitted, so I'll move 121 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's 121 is admitted.
And I'd also like to ask Your Honor to read the stipulation regarding the swabs that Ms. Maltese collected from the crime scene.
Members of the jury, when parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are the following. Miss Carrie Rosanna, a crime laboratory analyst in the biology section at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, conducted DNA testing in this case and reported the following results. The swabs collected from the crime scene by Joanne Maltese were tested for the presence of DNA. Ms. Rosanna analyzed the swabs and opined that due to the limited nature of the DNA results obtained from the swabs, the data was not interpretable, meaning there was not enough information present to make an identification.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
You may.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Dr. Anthony J. Clark, Anthony J. Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as an associate medical examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science in the Central Medical Examiner's Office in Macon, Georgia.
What about back in 2014?
I was employed as an associate medical examiner with District 2 Medical Examiner's Office here in Tallahassee, an employee of KWB Pathology Associates.
How long were you employed here as a medical examiner?
About 16 years.
All right, could you briefly go through your education and training that qualifies you to do your job?
I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I then did 2 years of animal research at MIT, then was accepted to the Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and went to New Britain General Hospital in New Britain, Connecticut, and did a 2-year general surgical residency internship. I then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, and did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I graduated from that program and traveled down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did a 2-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in Atlanta, Georgia, in association with Emory University. I finally got my first job as the Southwest Regional Medical Examiner for the GBI DOFS in Moultrie, Georgia. And then I traveled to Tallahassee, where I was District 2, and then back to Georgia now. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in Georgia and in Florida.
All right, and what are the duties of an assistant medical examiner?
As an associate medical examiner, I am involved in death investigation. I'm the individual that examines the dead person and determines the cause and manner of death.
How many autopsies have you conducted throughout your career?
It's well over 7,500.
Have you testified as an expert in a court of law before today?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
Several hundred times.
Tender the expert judge in the area of forensic pathology.
Does the defense wish to deny the witness any further?
No, Your Honor.
Any challenge to his qualifications to render an opinion?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the field of forensic pathology. You may continue.
Dr. Clark, did you conduct the autopsy of Dan Markell?
Yes, I did.
When was that autopsy conducted?
We performed the autopsy on July 19, 2014, and we started at 11:55 hours.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
This was performed at the Tallahassee morgue at that time.
All right. And did you take photographs to assist you in documenting the autopsy process?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibits 25 through 34. Ask if you recognize those exhibits.
States Exhibits 26. This one. Okay. 25 and 26 are photographs of the X-rays we took prior to performing the autopsy, and the rest of these are the photos from the autopsy itself.
Are they fair and accurate photos of the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Would they assist the jury in understanding your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I've asked to move into evidence States 25 through 34.
25 through 34 are admitted over the defense's objection.
Permission to publish.
You may.
All right, let's start with 25, please. All right, doctor, what are we looking at in States Exhibit 25?
This is an X-ray of the decedent's head, and what we want to see here is that these really dense white areas here and here, these are the bullets that I recovered from the head at the autopsy.
Okay, so one in the center of the forehead there and one on this kind of the side of the face.
Center forehead and here on the left side of the face.
All right, and States Exhibit 26, please.
As part of the X-ray series, we like to look at what we call laterals, not just also to see where they are in the skull. And you can see that even though it looks like it's in the center of the head, it's towards the back of the head here. And then this one is near the left side of the jaw here.
27, please. How many times was Professor Markell shot?
Twice.
Both in the head?
That's correct.
Where were the entrance wounds?
Okay, this is actually the identification photograph to show who this decedent is, but you can see the trauma here. You have a gunshot wound right here, just inside this left eyebrow here, and then you have another gunshot wound here on the left outside left cheek.
States Exhibit 28, please. What does this photo show?
This is the gunshot wound number 1 I described in the autopsy report. This is the entry wound here. And you can see around it are all these irregular abrasions. These abrasions are from shattering glass, causing these that's exploded onto his face and causing these little bits of scraping all the way down here on his ear and on his neck here. Also, you can see the massive amount of swelling and soft tissue injury in this area. The bullet actually winds up just about where the pointer is right now, just below this earlobe on the, just above the corner of the left side of the jaw, lower jaw here. You can see that there's been some hemorrhage around the eyelid, the eye here, and then you see gunshot wound number 2 here, just inside the left eyebrow.
Does calling them gunshot wounds 1 and 2, does that correspond with your opinion as to the order of the shots?
No, ma'am. That just tells you that way for me easily to describe what they are. Actually, I think I did it backwards. This is 1 and this is 2. Sorry.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to the order of the shots?
Yes, ma'am, I do now, after I found out about the scene investigation and what was going on, that this was most likely the first gunshot wound because of the glass causing injuries around the wound itself. And then the second one actually has some characteristics of what we call gunpowder stippling, where the muzzle of the gun, out of the muzzle of the gun comes burning and unburnt gunpowder particles, and they strike the skin, also causing scrapings. But those scrapings are more homogeneously the same size, so it looks more like a gunpowder injury.
All right, so the first in time, in your opinion, is the one to the cheek?
Yes,
lower one?
this would
Okay.
be number one in time sequence, and then this would be the second one.
Okay. And can you tell the jury anything about the range, meaning how far away the muzzle of the firearm would have been from Mr. Markel when these shots were fired?
This one here on the cheek, I cannot tell because there's what's called an intermediate target, something in between that's blocking any of the gunpowder characteristics on the skin. On the top one here to the just inside the left eyebrow, again, you're talking within inches.
All right, so very close muzzle.
Yes.
All right, and when you're talking about the intermediate target in reference to the gunshot wound that happened first, would that be consistent with the bits of glass hitting his face
That's correct.
and causing those abrasions around the entrance wound?
That's correct.
Would the gunshot wound that happened first in time have caused his death immediately?
More than likely not. It may have stunned him, or most likely stunned him because of the impact to the face. But most of the damage is to the face, and I don't think there was much damage to the brain at that point in time.
What about the one that happened second in time?
Now, the second one actually went through the right side of the brain, and that would have rendered him unconscious almost immediately. But there was a survival time after that.
Meaning he didn't die right away.
That's correct. His heart and lungs kept working.
All right. Were the injuries survivable, meaning if he had gotten medical attention sooner, if something had been done differently, he could have survived?
Well, he got medical attention, but it did not help him. So yes, they were a non-survivable injury to the right with the gunshot wound to the head.
State's Exhibit 29, please. What does this exhibit show? I think we need to, can we turn it so that it's like this? Yep. No. Yes. What are we looking at in this image, doctor?
Okay, again, what I was looking at was this coarse abrasions or scrapings of the skin on the ear, and there's some scattering on the neck here. Most of it's on the face up here. And again, that's what I called pseudo-stippling in the autopsy report. Also, you can see that the side of this neck is kind of discolored and it's very swollen here. There's been a lot of hemorrhage into the soft tissues from the gunshot wound that has traveled from here down to here.
All right, State's 30, please. What are we looking at in this image, doctor?
Now we're looking at gunshot wound labeled as number 1. This is the entry here. And you see these fine specks up here. Those are small abrasions or scrapings of the skin, consistent with gunpowder stippling. So there was no intermediate target at that point in time. So the gunpowder from the discharge from the muzzle of the gun struck the skin and left these marks.
Can you tell them anything about what type of firearm it would have been or could have been based on?
Not from the stipple pattern of the gunshot wound injuries themselves. The bullets were more consistent with being fired from a revolver.
And what's the difference between a revolver and other types of weapons?
Well, the revolver usually can use just lead slugs, and they're usually not copper jacketed or metal jacketed.
Okay. And is the revolver the one that has the cylinder like a cowboy gun that spins around?
Yes, ma'am.
Does not eject casings when it's fired?
That's correct.
Okay. Next photo, please. Doctor, what are we looking at in States 31?
Okay, this is depicting the gunshot wound to the outside of the left cheek here. You can see the coarse stippling going all the way to the nose, to around here, the injury around the left eye from hemorrhage from these 2 gunshot wounds. And then you see the other gunshot wound to the what we call glabella, or just inside the left eyebrow.
So what we're seeing as the discoloration or what appears to be black eyes, is that secondary to the gunshot wounds or consistent with some other injury?
No, that's consistent with the gunshot wounds.
Next photo, please. This is 32. Turn it like this. What does States 32 show?
This is a close-up of his left forearm. His wrist is over here, his elbow is here. And what you're seeing here is a crescent-shaped deposit of soot. Okay? Now, soot not only in a revolver not only comes out of the muzzle, but it also comes out what's called a cylinder gap. If you think about a cowboy gun or a 38 special or something like that, that cylinder there's a little gap between that and the actual muzzle, so that you can have soot coming out, even have other particles coming out. These are a little bit finer than I thought initially, but I called it pseudo stippling. There are some irregularities here, but I think that this is probably soot deposition from the discharge from the cylinder gap, and that would imply that his arm was somewhere near that when that shot took place.
All right, so potentially consistent with him perceiving the threat and putting his arm up and to try to defend himself.
Correct.
States Exhibit 33, please. What is States 33?
States 33 is the bullet that we recovered from the left jaw area. If you can see it, remember what the x-ray looked like? It looked like a barrel, and that's what we have here.
And States 34.
And that is the deformed bullet that we pulled out of the back of the right side of the brain.
I'm going to approach with States 122 and 123. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes. States 123 is the packaging that I used to put the bullet in. The bullet is currently out, and this is from the brain. And in States Exhibit 122 is the packaging and the bullet that I pulled out for the gunshot wound to the left cheek area.
And are these in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered them from the body?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'd ask to introduce at this time States 122 and 123.
Any objection?
No objection.
122 and 123 are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
These are the same items that we just saw in those last two photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
Doctor, what was the cause of death in this case?
I put the cause of death as gunshot wounds of the face and head.
And what about the manner of death?
This would be considered a homicide.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examine.
No questions, Your Honor.
Doctor, you may step down. Will he be recalled at any point?
No, sir.
You may call your next witness.
Judge, do you have a stipulation at this time? I would ask Your Honor to read the stipulation in reference to the firearms.
Members of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the projectiles contained in States Exhibits 122 and 123 were examined microscopically by a firearms expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and are determined to have been fired from the same revolver. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Patrick Sanford, Sanford.
How are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Approximately a little over 24 years, 22 of which I was here in Tallahassee.
What are your duties there?
I'm a special agent. I investigate cases and protect national security.
And were you assigned to investigate a murder case involving the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, I was.
Were you the lead investigator on that case?
Correct.
Did you assist the Tallahassee Police Department in that case?
Yes, I did.
Why was the FBI included in that particular investigation?
At the beginning, they had several leads, like interviews, things that they need to track down that were outside of the city of Tallahassee. That we have agents, all over the country, so we're able to facilitate some of those leads and track down certain aspects of the case.
And were some of those leads in the Miami area?
Yes, they were.
Right. And were you assisted by Miami authorities as well in the investigation?
Correct.
As part of the investigation, were the people that were considered to be closest to the victim interviewed?
Yes, they were.
And would that include the ex-wife, Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
What did you learn in the investigation about the relationship between the victim and his ex-wife, Wendi Adelson?
They had gone to through a very contentious divorce, which even after the divorce was finalized, they still had several issues that they dealt with through the court system.
I'm going to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 56. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
You had an opportunity to look at that exhibit before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate copy of Wendi Adelson and Dan Markell's divorce file
That's correct.
from the clerk's office here in Leon County?
Correct.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 56.
An objection to States 56.
Just our previous objection, Your Honor.
Very well. States 56 is admitted at this time or would offense objection.
Did you review this divorce file as part of your investigation in this case?
Yes, I did.
About how many pages are in that?
Around 576, I believe.
And I want to draw your attention to a couple things specifically, like on page 82, paragraph 13. They were arguing over everything, right? All the belongings,
Correct.
down to a tennis racket.
That's correct.
As part of these proceedings, did Wendi Adelson seek to relocate with her children from Tallahassee to Miami, Florida?
Yes, she did.
And why did she want to relocate to South Florida, according to the filings?
The filing stated that she had a job offer in South Florida that was more lucrative than her current job.
All right. And did Mr. Markell object to her petition to relocate with the children?
He did.
Right. Did he file quite a lengthy and emphatic objection to that?
Yes, he did.
And in his motion, and that's going to be on page 82, why did he indicate he believed was the sole reason that Ms. Adelson wanted to move to South Florida?
He says that he stated that the sole reason was because she could relocate with the party's minor children to be near her parents.
And was the relocation petition that Wendi filed, was that ruled on?
Yes, it was.
All right. So what did the court say about that?
The court ruled against that and ruled against her, saying she had to stay in Tallahassee with the children.
And if I said that was June 20th of 2013, does that sound right?
That's correct.
Okay. When was the divorce made final? And for that, I'll direct you to page 457 and 458.
I believe it was made final in July 31st of 2013, I believe.
All right. And did that conclude the legal issues between Ms. Adelson and Professor Markell?
No, it did not.
All right. So they continued to file quite a lot of filings after that. Is that right?
That's correct.
In fact, there's over 250 more pages of stuff after the divorce was final. Does that sound right?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, I want to direct your attention to March 26th of 2014. Did Mr. Markel file a motion seeking some relief related to the grandmother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, he did.
And what specifically was he seeking in reference to Donna Adelson?
He was seeking to limit her visitation rights to where they had to be monitored,
Supervised
by
another adult.
That's correct.
And why in the pleading did Mr. Markel indicate that this supervision was needed?
I'm sorry. Could you refresh the page number?
Look at 450. Yeah, 450.
Mr. Markel stated that that the children informed him that grandma says you're stupid and that she says you're trying to take your sunshines away.
That grandma, meaning Donna Adelson,
That's correct.
was saying that telling the kids that Dan Markel was stupid.
That's correct.
Did you also come into possession of some emails that were exchanged between Wendi Adelson and Donna Adelson?
We did.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 57. Have you had an opportunity to review those emails
Yes, I have.
prior to today, which we can't find? Have you had a chance to review those before today?
I have.
Okay. Anything in those emails that goes to motive in your investigation?
Yes, there is.
And what is that?
She was being very assertive. Mrs. Adelson, Mrs. Donna Adelson was being very assertive with Wendi Adelson, trying to influence her to do different things to Mr. Markel to get him to agree to let her and the children to move to South Florida.
And what was the thing that was expressly stated in these emails as the most important part of Wendy's whole divorce and litigation?
It was relocation to South Florida to be close to the family.
All right. And was there mention in those emails of a bribe that was to be offered to Dan Markel to potentially facilitate this relocation?
There was.
And who was going to pay for the bribe?
There was going to be a three-way payment between Donna and Harvey Adelson. We're going to pay 33% of it. Charlie Adelson would pay 33%, and then Wendi would pay the other 33%.
All right. And what was the total amount of this potential bribe?
$1 million.
All right. Was there any financial benefit to Wendi Adelson that occurred as a result of Dan Markel's death?
There was.
What were those that benefit or benefits?
There was at least, I believe, a couple of life insurance policies, one of which was around $2 million. There was Social Security benefits to the kids that were provided, I believe, like $4,800 a month. There was a 401k that he left behind, and some other accounts.
Pension as well?
Yes, there was a pension.
Okay. And in some deferred comp, $217,000 there?
That's correct.
Okay. And you mentioned the 401k. Do you recall how much money was in that?
I don't off the top of my head.
Okay. Is there something that could refresh your memory on that?
Possibly.
Does $100,000 sound right?
Yes, it does.
All right. As part of the investigation in this case, you looked at sort of the people closest to Dan. Did you also investigate the day of the homicide and his routine or activities that day?
We did.
And what did you learn about his schedule that day?
That morning, he had custody of the kids that day, of his two children, his two boys. He took them to daycare over off of West Tharp Street, dropped them off around 8:50 a.m., and then drove back across town and went to Premier Gym right off of McClay Boulevard, Thomasville Road, Capitol Circle area.
Was there any surveillance images captured outside the gym that showed the vehicles coming and going from there?
Yes, there was some exterior cameras on the gym itself, on the roof of the gym.
And did that surveillance, were you able to identify from that surveillance which vehicle was Dan Markel's vehicle arriving at the gym?
Yes, we were.
Okay, and was there another vehicle that appeared to be a suspect vehicle captured in this video?
That's correct.
And why did you describe, or why am I describing this other vehicle as a suspect vehicle?
We did obtain multiple pieces of footage, video footage around town, also showing that it appeared a light green Prius was following Mr. Markel wherever he went that morning.
And was that description of a vehicle consistent with the description that Mr. Geiger gave us of the vehicle that he saw leaving the crime scene?
That's correct.
All right, was there a compilation of relevant clips or parts of this video surveillance collected from Premier Gym to show the jury just sort of the relevant portions?
There was.
All right, and you've had an opportunity to review that?
I have.
Okay, and those images are fair and accurate clips or portions of the Premier Gym surveillance video?
That's correct.
Judge, I'd asked to introduce into evidence that Premier video surveillance footage at this time, which I believe is 83. We checked that.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 83 is admitted.
States 83, Your Honor, and that's going to be in the form of, what did it say by 83? It's in the form of a disc, Your Honor, but I'd ask for permission to publish by way of the laptop. All right, if you'll kind of walk us through what we're looking at here, and we may need to pause when he starts talking.
This is from the roof of the Premier Gym. This is off of the north side facing toward the Fresh Market, that area. If you're familiar with that area, Fresh Market's off to the right. There's an entrance to the right of the screen, and there's also the main entrance, which is way further left of the screen that you can't see here.
All right, but this is a portion of the parking lot that's where the cars are lined up there.
That's correct. Those
Okay.
are vehicles parked in the parking lot of the gym.
All right, let's publish. Okay, we're seeing a blue circle around a dark vehicle. Could you tell us what that indicates?
That is Mr. Markel's vehicle.
And this is him entering the gym at 9:11
That's correct.
a.m.?
He just came into the parking lot and is going around to the front side of the gym.
All right, now what are we looking at?
This is just a different angle, a little bit further back, and this is Mr. Markel immediately preceding the video we just saw, where he's coming into the front of the gym.
All right, and is he going to park somewhere?
Yes, he parks right behind that American flag.
All right, that was 9:12. What is this camera angle?
This is the same angle. It's just a little bit further to the left, and that is the front of the gym right there, where the green Prius just drove right in front of the front door of the gym.
Okay, so they entered the parking lot through different entrances.
That's correct. They entered over off of the west side of the parking lot.
All right, so we see the Prius here, and we know where Mr. Markel's parked there behind the flagpole. What is that?
Correct. He's still in the vehicle, just exited the vehicle there, I believe.
All right, so the blue circle indicates that's him getting out of his vehicle.
Correct.
And where's the Prius at this time?
The Prius continued on through the parking lot on the north side. And
All right, now we're at 9:13 a.m. Is that Mr. Markel in the red?
yes, it is.
Do we have any reason to believe that any suspects entered the gym?
No, we do not.
How long was Professor Markel inside the gym?
I believe about an hour and a half. I believe it's about 10:38 when he leaves, somewhere around there.
All right, and what are we looking at here outside at 9:16 a.m.?
9:16, the green Prius is still driving through the parking lot, but it's coming back from where it had passed through, coming back toward the gym. This is on the south side of the parking lot of the gym. And the green Prius just drove through there and is driving around the parking lot still. Again, the vehicle is turned around and is coming back toward the gym in the same parking lot.
Almost managed to get in a wreck there.
Just missed.
Okay, what's happening here?
This is Mr. Markel exiting the lobby of the gym, coming through the lobby.
All right, now at 10:34, what do we see?
We see Mr. Markel walking away from the front doors of the into the parking lot toward his vehicle.
All right, so we saw Mr. Markel's vehicle leaving. Is that the Prius that was back there in that orange circle?
That's correct. They were in the far northwest part of the parking lot parked. And when he exited, they started to exit. And he exited on the Village Square Boulevard exit.
So we never saw anybody exit the Prius during the surveillance video.
No, we did
They
not.
stayed in the car the whole time.
That's correct.
Were you able to learn anything about the suspect vehicle from the surveillance images as far as the color?
We were able to determine the approximate year range of that type of vehicle. based on the body style, going through the Toyota dealership and other experts, we're able to determine that it was a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius with a silver pine mica is the name of the paint, which is kind of a light green.
Were you able to learn anything or find any other surveillances to establish anything about the route the victim took to and from the gym?
Yes, we were.
What evidence was that?
We were able to obtain city bus video. All the city buses had video on the exterior and the interior of them. We went back along the route that he took, and we believe he took, and reviewed bus footage video of that and found footage of both vehicles.
All right, and just to try to get our timeline as narrow as we can, this gym video ends at 10:38 a.m. What time did the 911 call come in?
Came in, I believe, 11:02.
And have you had an opportunity to review the exhibit, State's Exhibit 84, with the video from the buses that's been put together similarly to how we did the gym surveillance?
Yes, I have.
And is it fair and accurate?
It is.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's, let me check on the exhibit numbers, 84, correct? 84, which is the bus video clips.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 84 is admitted.
What are bus videos? Where are cameras mounted on city buses?
On the exterior and the interior of the buses, and it's for safety purposes and for review purposes for the city.
How are you able to know how to find this stuff?
We were able to find out which routes the bus took, but which buses took which route at which times. So we looked for that exact bus route along Thomasville Road during that time period.
Okay, so did you have to look through quite a bit of footage to get the little bits we're going to look at?
Yes, the team did.
Okay. All right, permission to publish States 84, Your Honor.
You may.
And the actual exhibit is in the form of a disc, Your Honor. All right, so where are we right here on the video?
This is right in front of the Circle K gas station, which is right on Thomasville Road at the Capitol Circle flyover. I believe it's Maclay Commerce Boulevard is the actual road that they're on.
All right, so if we're the bus, we're on Maclay Commerce.
That's correct. And the Circle K is to the right, and right in front of us is Thomasville Road with the divider where Capitol Circle flyover starts.
And what does the blue circle indicate?
That is the vehicle of Mr. Markell.
What time are we seeing him pass that area?
That is at 10:44.
Okay, so is that consistent with going back home from the gym?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is bus, we've got a couple different buses in play here, right? This one's 505.
Correct, 5:05.
Proceed, please. And what does the orange circle indicate?
That is the green Prius that was in the parking lot of Premier Gym.
All right, we're still on bus 505. What does this show?
So this is on Thomasville Road heading south, just south of the I-10. This is the entrance where the hospital is to the right. It's a red light.
And by hospital, you're talking about the new ER.
The new ER, exactly, right by I-10 and Thomasville Road.
Were you able to get the tag number from this image from the bus?
No, unfortunately, we weren't. The resolution on these cameras are set really low because they're saved on DVRs, and they don't want them to roll over too fast, so they set the resolution extremely low, and we were not able to pull anything out of that.
Where is Professor Markell's vehicle at this point?
It is past the red light. It's already made it through the red light. Still heading south on Thomasville Road.
And that's almost 10:48 a.m. Is that time correct at the bottom there?
Correct.
Okay, and now we're at 10:51 p.m. I'm sorry, a.m. Still bus 505. What will you pause it, please? What does the orange circle indicate here? Where are we, and what does the circle indicate?
We're still southbound on Thomasville Road. This intersection is Benton Road, which is where Winthrop Park is. Benton Road is where the cars are stopped at. In the left-hand turn lane on the far left side of the screen is the green Prius waiting to turn left on the Benton Road.
And is that a route to get to Professor Markel's residence on Trescott?
That's correct.
All right, and that's 10:51 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Go forward. All right, now have we gone to a different bus?
Yes, this is bus 707.
And what are we looking at on bus 707?
So this is northbound on Thomasville Road at Hermitage. This is at 10:55 a.m. and there's two lanes there. They're in the right-hand lane. The bus is in the right-hand lane, but the camera is on the outside of the bus looking backwards. So you'll see oncoming traffic coming behind the bus.
And what do we see here?
We see the green Prius pulling up next to the bus.
So this is 10:55. We last saw him at 10:51. Is that narrower murder window down to that 4 minutes?
That's correct. This is north of where the victim was, and this is coming from the victim's house.
I think we prepared a second clip, if you just let it play through, of that in slow motion. Tell us what we're supposed to be looking for in this clip.
So you can see inside the vehicle, even though it has tinted windows, you can see the driver's wearing dark clothes, but the passenger appears to have a long sleeve white shirt on, and he's very animated in the passenger seat. You can also see some distinctive features of the car.
Okay, I think we've got those highlighted here in a moment. And what are these distinctive features? Will you pause it here, please?
So the first one on the lower right-hand corner is what's called a tow hook cover. Vehicles in the bumper have, some vehicles have a little plate in there that you can remove, and it has a metal hook inside of it, so a tow truck can hook to that metal hook and pull the car if it needs to. This particular vehicle is missing its tow hook cover. You can see there's a hole in the front bumper, so it's been removed and not been replaced. Also on the front windshield is a sun pass. It was affixed to the windshield. And then on the far left side of the screen is the black rear view mirror of the vehicle. Toyota Priuses made in those years had matching mirrors. The mirrors were painted with the car, same color of the car. And you can see in the video that the driver's side mirror was still painted, but the passenger side mirror was black, indicating it had been damaged and been replaced by an aftermarket mirror.
Okay. And what is a sun pass transponder?
Sun pass transponders are used primarily in South Florida, especially back then. We didn't really have any sun pass toll booths up here, but they're used to pay for tolls going on toll roads where you don't have to stop and pay cash on the toll booth. You can pay for it. I'm sorry, I
interrupted you. Go ahead.
You can pay for it in advance, assign it to your car, create an account, and affix it to your vehicle so you don't have to stop going through toll booths.
When you observed that it appeared there was a sun pass transponder on this vehicle back at this time, when did you obtain this video? Do you know?
This was back in 2014.
Okay. Did it signify to you this vehicle may have come from South Florida?
That's correct.
What efforts were made to follow up on the sun pass?
So we ended up working with an investigator with Florida Department of Transportation who maintains Florida Sun Pass So gave them subpoenas, and we ended up thinking the best route for somebody to go through South Florida, the Sun Pass, would be through Orlando. We obtained video in Orlando to try to see if that green Prius passed through any of the toll booths there. We also obtained lists of all green Priuses in that year range that had a registered Sun Pass to it.
How many of those were there?
Thousands.
All right, let's let this exhibit finish. And one more view here. Can you explain what this is?
This is the same bus as the light turned green at Hermitage going north on Thomasville, and this is the green Prius passing the bus.
So as far as pulling the needle out of the haystack, finding this one Prius, it didn't work as from the Sun Pass alone.
No, not from the Sun Pass alone.
All right, was any work done to try to zero in on some cell phone analysis around the locations where we know the suspect Prius was that day?
Yes, there was.
Okay, and was Sergeant Corbett the person responsible for working on the cell phone analysis,
He was.
including looking for any phones of interest traveling in those areas that might have been following Dan Martell?
That's correct.
All right, and based on the analysis that we're going to hear from Sergeant Corbett, did you develop an idea of the route that the suspects may have taken?
We did.
I know you said you had already tried the Sun Pass booths in Orlando, which is one potential route to South Florida.
That's correct.
Okay. What did the phone evidence lead you to look at instead of that route?
We were able to obtain those phone records that showed the vehicle traveled down 75 and did not go through Orlando. Took I-10 to 75 all the way down, actually on the way up also, but on the way down 75 through Tampa, through Naples, then across Alligator Alley on 75 to Miami.
All right, so sort of not the expected route.
Correct. It's a longer route than going through the turnpike down through Orlando.
Okay, and you already suspected the vehicle was headed south, I guess, based on just the existence of the Sun Pass transponder.
Correct.
Okay, and that's sort of corroborated by these phone records.
Correct.
All right. So now that you learned that the vehicle traveled this other route through Alligator Alley, did you find any place where the Sun Pass transponder went through? I guess there are some toll booths that you have to go through if you go that route as well, right?
That's correct. There was only
Where
two.
are those located?
They're basically on Alligator Alley. There's one going westbound on the east side in Broward County. When you leave Miami going across Alligator Alley, there's one there going if you're traveling westbound. And then on the way back, there was one going eastbound just outside of Naples.
And were you able to find a Prius going through those Sun Passes that might have been our Prius?
Yes, we were.
How were you able to do that? What did you ask for?
We asked for particular times. We knew about what times they went through the toll booths. We asked for any green Priuses around those times that had activated the Sun Pass.
And how many green Priuses traveled through the Sun Pass booths, both going and coming in the same time windows you were looking for?
Just one.
All right. And from that, were you able to identify the particular Sun Pass transponder that we were looking for that was affixed to the suspect vehicle?
We were.
How'd you do that?
We went to Florida Department of Transportation and asked for that particular details of that transponder. They gave us a subscriber for that particular one.
And who was the subscriber?
It was a company called Hybrid Auto Rental. also called Save Gas, and it's out of down on Biscayne Boulevard in North Miami.
All right. Did you go there?
I did.
All right. What did you learn about the suspect vehicle from Save Gas?
By the time we got there, he'd already sold the vehicle. It was over a year later, but it was rented by Luis Rivera. He provided us with the basically the receipt, the contract where it was rented during that time period.
So from the paperwork that you got from Save Gas, you learned you got a rental contract that showed who rented the vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay. And also any information about the vehicle itself, like a VIN or a tag number?
Yes, correct. It gave all the information on the vehicle too.
What is this place Save Gas like? Is that like a enterprise or something else?
No, it's a small, locally owned, individually owned car rental place that kind of repairs his own vehicles, buys and sells vehicles and rents them out.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce the rental agreement, states 58.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 58 is admitted.
So if you can kind of walk us through on that. All right. Walk us through this information that's in the renter's information block.
Yes, at the top left, it's renter information is Luis Rivera. Has his address that matches his driver's license address. And then it has a telephone number down below that.
This phone number here.
Correct.
And was this information up here also of interest to law enforcement?
It was. That number that has brother next to it, that was one of the numbers that numbers of interest that gave us the pattern going down to South Florida.
Was this number associated with a person eventually?
It was.
Who's that person?
Sigfredo Garcia.
And then we've got some other information on here about when the vehicle was rented. Were you able to deduce from this when the vehicle was due back?
Yes, it was supposed to be back. I believe that's toward the bottom, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah. So the date it was rented was 7/15 at 6:15 p.m. and it was due back on 7/17.
So July 15th of 2014,
Correct. 2014.
that's when it was rented.
Correct.
And it was supposed to be back July 17th.
Correct. That was the
And
date
did
due
it get
back.
returned on time?
No, it did not.
All right, is there anything on that document in reference to the extension of time?
Yes, down at the bottom, it also shows that from 7/18 through 7/20, it says, I believe 965 paid cash, and then 7/20 to 7/21, so it shows a $55 balance and some other numbers where they ended up having to pay it, and some other notes about paying cash out of the deposit.
So it looks like they didn't return it until July 21st.
That's correct.
All right, and you said that the phone number listed on top there with the word brother turned out to be Sigfredo Garcia's phone number. How do we know that's his phone number?
It was listed one time on a Facebook page that was associated with him, and also listed on a pawn receipt where he'd pawned some, I believe it was some jewelry, and used his fingerprint on that. Had to place his fingerprint on the pawn receipt when he did it, and listed that phone number as his.
Okay, I want to publish what's been introduced as states. Have we introduced this? I'm going to show you states 59. First, ask you if you recognize states 59.
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it as a exhibit that list the subjects in this investigation.
And is the information contained on the exhibit fair and accurate?
Yes.
Judge would ask to introduce states 59.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 59 is admitted.
All right, so you were saying there was a Facebook post or a Facebook account linked to this phone number with a photograph of Sigfredo Garcia as the owner of the account.
Correct. It was labeled Tudo Day, but it was a picture of Sanford
All right.
Garcia.
And throughout the course of your investigation, have you come to know Tudo Dade or Tudo as a nickname for Sigfredo Garcia?
That's correct.
And does anybody else on this State's Exhibit 59 have a nickname?
Yes.
Who is that?
Luis Rivera is also known as Tato.
And were you able to subpoena phone records for all the people shown on this State's Exhibit 59?
We were.
All right, and establish phone numbers for the phone numbers they were all using at the time of the homicide?
That's correct.
Did you conduct any investigation into Catherine Magbanua and her employment status around the time of this homicide?
We did.
All right, what did you learn about her employment status?
At the time of the homicide, she was shortly after the homicide, I believe it was about 2 months after the homicide, she became employed with the Adelson Institute.
Okay, but at the actual time of the homicide, anything other than maybe odd jobs?
Right. Just odd jobs, maybe some bartending work.
All right, what is the Adelson Institute?
It's a family-owned dentist practice in South Florida.
All right, and did you go to the Adelson Institute?
I did.
Did you attempt to subpoena employment records for Catherine Magbanua at that business?
Yes, I did.
All right, tell us about that.
Myself and Investigator Isom approached the business with a subpoena. Went in, spoke with the lady at the front desk, told her we had a subpoena for records for Catherine Magbanua. Made some inquiries about her employment there, and they continued to bring somebody else up and talk to us about it, and then went back in the back and made a phone call.
All right, so when you went in there, Catherine Magbanua was not physically present there.
She was not.
Okay. Was she still receiving checks at the time that you went in there?
Yes, I believe she was.
Okay. And did the employees in there seem to know what she did there?
No, not at all.
All right. Were you eventually provided with some documentation from that business?
Later on, yes.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State 60.
Yes.
You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is State 60?
It's a list of checks that were issued to Catherine Magbanua.
And is this exhibit the complete information that you were provided by the Adelson Institute in response to your subpoena for the entire employee file of Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, this is it. This is all they provided.
All right. And you mentioned a list of checks. Was there anything in here that, we're getting that feedback. IT, if you're listening, we need feedback support. Any indication of what her job was there?
No,
Any indication of like her schedule,
no,
timesheets,
nothing.
an employment application,
Nope,
W-2,
nope,
any tax forms,
no,
performance evaluations or anything like that?
nothing.
And over what period was she being paid according to the records that were provided to you?
I believe it started in September of 14 and went through early 2016, maybe.
March 31st
March.
of 16?
That's correct.
And so those payments began about 2 months after the homicide?
Correct.
And did you notice in the records that were provided that some of the check numbers were consecutive, meaning consecutive numbers?
Yes, we did.
Did you ever get any evidence that Ms. Magbanua was physically going to the Adelson Institute to perform any kind of duties there?
No, we never obtained any evidence to show that at all.
All right, and there was some surveillance at some time being performed of her person, right?
That's correct.
Can you tell us about that? What time frame was she being monitored?
We started monitoring her in late 2015, probably November. Basically had electronic surveillance on her residence. Plus we also were monitoring her phone, location services on her phone historically and prospectively too.
And how long was that the case? How long was she being monitored? What period of time?
Electronic video surveillance was from November of 15 until she no longer lived at that apartment.
All right, and through any of those means that you described, were you able to deduce what it was she was doing for the Adelson Institute in person or remotely?
No, not at all.
All right, and we heard in opening that there was a wiretap in this case. Anything on the wiretap that indicated what she was doing for that business?
There was a couple of references about cleaning up on the weekends. That was about it, though.
Okay, and again, we would have known if she'd gone there to clean up on the weekends, right? At least during the time frame she described.
That's correct.
And that didn't happen.
It did not.
Okay. 1 moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Kappelman, if you can move the left turn slightly over to the left, and it's not sitting on any wires, is it?
Don't think so.
I'm gonna move it anyway. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm gonna move it way over.
Try not to jockey with the microphones, because that might be causing some of the feedback.
Good afternoon, Special Agent. Let's actually start where we left off, the checks.
Okay.
Okay. The checks began 2 months after the date that Professor Markell was murdered, give or take.
That's what the date on the checks were for that employment, correct?
And the checks were in batches, right? Often.
They seem to be the sequence of the check numbers were in batches, correct?
So just so everyone understands what that means, you would see a check for check number 1, 2, 3, and 4, for instance. And you would see those checks, even though they were the next checks in the book, they'd be for payments every 2 weeks, essentially.
Correct. What I observed was a few checks in sequence, and at the bottom it would give date ranges of when they were for, and they would be for 2 week segments. And then the very next check was for another 2 week segment later on. And then there was other checks in the system that were dated out of range of those.
So it looked like Miss Magbanawa was given a stack of checks at a time, for instance. Fair assumption?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Those checks, when you added them up, they were about $1,000 a month, right?
I believe so. Yeah, it was like $460 a month or something like that. Or every 2 weeks, I mean.
$460 every 2 weeks.
Correct.
Which is not great at math. $920, and there's taxes, a little bit of taxes taken out, right?
Sure. Correct.
So about $1,000 a month.
Correct.
Now, I think you testified that the state's theory of why this murder occurred was partially a murder because of the desire of Miss Adelson to relocate. I think that's what you testified on direct. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
You're aware that the relocation motion was denied in June of 2013, right?
Correct.
And that's more than a full year before the murder, right?
The relocation was in June of 13. Yes.
The murder was in middle of July of 2014.
Right. Correct.
As part of your investigation, did you learn that no one really thought the relocation motion was going to be successful?
I don't know about no one, but there was some indication they thought it might not be successful. Correct.
Did you try to speak to Miss Adelson's lawyer?
I did not know. Tallahassee Police Department did at one point.
And did they learn that the motion was, as she says in an email, a moonshot?
I don't know that.
Now, you discussed in your direct examination, you talked about some of these emails. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Actually, before we get there. No, actually, we'll stay there. Those emails, you reviewed them?
I reviewed some of them, not all of them. The team did.
Okay. Out of the ones that you reviewed, anything in those emails about murder?
About murder? No.
Anything in those emails about violence?
Not that I saw, no.
Anything in those emails about any type of illegal activity at all?
Not that I recall. I mean, the bribe itself wouldn't be illegal, I don't think.
In fact, with regard to the $1 million email, I think is the one that you're referring to, did you see emails where they were consulting lawyers about whether that $1 million offer was legal?
I did.
So fair to say, as crazy as the emails were, we agree they're crazy, right?
Yes.
There was at least some sanity to make sure what they were doing was legal, right?
One portion of it, yes.
Now, those emails, did you see any emails where any of these ideas were coming from Charlie Adelson?
I saw some emails where they were discussed with him, apparently.
But any time where he was actually coming up with the ideas as opposed to being copied on the email where he says, okay, sounds good.
I think there was some reference of her saying she discussed it with him, but I did not see emails from him. No.
Meaning Donna discussing it with
Correct.
his mother.
Correct.
The $1 million email, I think we'll talk about this later in more detail when you're back. But let's just tie it up here a little bit. You've listened to Mr. Adelson on the phone a lot, right?
I did.
Is it fair to say he's a big talker?
That's fair.
Is it fair to say he repeats himself a lot?
That is very fair.
Through your investigation, are you aware that this $1 million idea, where Mr. Adelson was going to lend a third of $1 million, that he talked to a lot of people about that idea? Are you aware of that through your investigation?
I am not aware of that.
Now, back to the divorce. Are you aware that the divorce between Professor Markell and Miss Adelson was finalized in July of 2013?
That's my understanding. Yes, correct.
Again, that's about a year before the murder, correct?
Correct.
And after Miss Adelson's relocation motion was denied, are you aware that she was determined to make a life for herself in Tallahassee?
I don't know if I can speak to that.
Well, let me see if I can help you. You went through Miss Adelson's emails as well in your investigation?
I did not. The team did.
Did anyone from the team talk to you about those emails?
Some of them.
All right, well, let's see if you're aware of some of these. Are you aware that she was looking to buy property in Tallahassee?
No, it was not.
You didn't see any emails to that effect.
I did not personally know.
Are you aware that she was looking to enroll her kids in schools, a new school in Tallahassee, for the fall of 2014? In other words, after the time when Mr. Markell was murdered.
I know there was discussions about that with Mr. Markell. I'm aware of that.
Are you aware that she was scheduling plans with friends in Tallahassee for August of 2014 and for the fall of 13, all of which would have occurred after the murder? Are you aware of that?
No,
You didn't see those in any emails that you reviewed.
I did not see those. No.
Are you aware that she was scheduling business meetings for late July 2014? See emails on them.
I did not see that. No.
Are you aware that she purchased plane tickets leaving for Tallahassee to go to a wedding out of state? Those plane tickets were purchased in June, but they were purchased for an October wedding. She bought plane tickets to leave from Tallahassee. Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware that her family, including Mr. Adelson, was planning to come up to Tallahassee in August 2014 when Miss Adelson was going to be honored at FSU?
No,
You didn't see any emails on that either, did you?
I didn't.
But you're aware that the state subpoenaed Miss Adelson's emails, right?
I am.
Now, you also mentioned this, I like to call it the grandmother motion. Can we call it that?
Sure.
In March of 2014, there's these, it actually starts earlier. It starts, can I have that big binder?
It was February.
Yeah.
The clerk has it.
All right, well, I'm not, it's okay. Somewhere in that big binder, there's a bunch of litigation back and forth with Miss Adelson and Professor Markell regarding money.
Yes.
And at some point in the course of a motion that Wendi Adelson filed, Professor Markell files a motion back, and that's when he seeks to have only supervised visits of the kids with Donna Adelson. That's the motion you were talking about with Ms. Kappelman, correct?
Correct.
And that occurs in early 2014, right?
It does.
Now, the
No.
motion doesn't get heard because Ms. Adelson's lawyer has to recuse herself, right?
I believe so.
And she has to recuse herself because Professor Markell makes allegations against that lawyer as well.
I'm not aware of that, but okay.
And so that's part of the reason of the delay of why the motion's not heard. Are you aware of that?
I am correct.
Are you aware that in the course of this litigation, in that binder, I don't want to find the page, I won't be able to, that the court chastised, was critical of Professor Markell on this motion?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that the court highlighted that the motion probably wouldn't be granted?
No, I did not. I did not
It's
see
in there.
that.
The jury was at it. Are you aware that on July 11th, 2014, this is months after that motion. Well, let me back up. When you studied this case, is it fair to say that with all the litigation, there were good periods of times after the divorce between Professor Markell and Miss Adelson as well, right?
I can't speak to that. My partner did most of that research, so I was not very familiar with it.
Fair enough. Well, are you aware that on July 11th, 2014, so this is several months after the grandmother motion, that Professor Markell asked Donna and Harvey Adelson to watch the kids for him?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that he had a function to go to and Miss Adelson had another function to go to, and he didn't have childcare for them, and he asked them to watch the kids for him
No.
7
I'm not aware
days
of it.
before the murder.
Not aware of it.
Couple more. Ms. Kappelman on direct asked you about a life insurance policy. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And she asked you, she made it seem like, well, let me be clear. Was it your position that Wendi Adelson gained $2 million from that life insurance policy?
I believe there is I believe that Mr. Markel's sister has custody of that and is supposed to distribute it to, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but I believe distribute to the children as needed.
So let me be clear so the jury's not confused. Are you aware that Professor Markel had a life insurance policy in March of 2012?
I'm not sure of the dates, but I knew he had one.
And that originally Wendi Adelson was the beneficiary of that policy.
That sounds right.
But in October of 2012, 2 years before his murder, he signed the policy over, making his sister the beneficiary and the custodian for his boys. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't sure of the date, but yes, I'm aware of that.
So Wendi Adelson isn't permitted to get any money from that policy without Professor Markel's sister, correct?
Yes, without her sister, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear. Special Agent, you've been a FBI agent for almost 25 years,
Correct.
mostly in Miami, right?
No, in here in Tallahassee.
In Tallahassee, okay. Apologies. You've investigated, fair to say, maybe more than a dozen murders.
Fair to say.
How many murders for hire have you done
Recently,
in your life?
over my lifetime, probably half a dozen, but in the past 2 years, 2.
So putting this case aside, which I know you believe is a murder for hire, putting this case aside, in those cases that you've done that were murder for hires, did the hitman get paid over time?
Paid over time? Not in those cases.
Never, right? In your experience.
Not in those particular cases, no.
Because hitmen, they usually don't like to be connected to the people they're doing a hit for, right?
It's case by case basis.
But in your experience, hitmen get paid before and after. 2 payments or 1 payment.
It depends on circumstances.
How about in the ones you've done?
Depends on circumstances. Sometimes after, sometimes before, sometimes both.
But in your cases, that's it. It's either before or 1 payment after, right?
The ones I've investigated have been, we made arrests on them, so they didn't continue on.
Okay. You made arrests immediately on them?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever done an extortion case?
Yes, but it's been years ago.
You've seen a lot of extortion cases, I'm sure, at the Bureau.
Sure.
How do people get paid in extortion cases?
Different ways.
Mostly they get paid over time, right?
They can, if the extortion continues, yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
reference to the money that is set aside for the boys, how does the money get to the little kids from the sister?
Through Wendi Adelson has to make those requests and then provides it to them.
All right, so per Donna Adelson, in reference to those emails you were asked about, what was the number one objective for Wendi?
Relocation to South Florida to be close to family.
And going through the courts, that failed, right?
Correct, it did.
So whether it was a moonshot or not, it didn't work.
That's correct.
And as far as making sure the bribe to Dan Markell was going to be legal, what would Dan Markell have done if they had done something illegal?
He would have held it against them. I'm
Would
sure.
have nailed their butts with it, wouldn't he?
Absolutely.
Can't do that now, can he?
No.
Did any of those plans that were going to take place in Tallahassee after the murder happen?
No, they did not.
Did Wendi buy a house in Tallahassee?
No, she didn't.
Did Wendi fly out of Tallahassee to go to a wedding?
No.
Did the boys go to school that fall here in Tallahassee?
No, they didn't.
Where did they go to school?
In South Florida, right across the street from where Grandma lives,
And why didn't those plans happen in Tallahassee?
because Mr. Markell was murdered.
Did the grandma motion you were asked about, they said, well, it probably wasn't going to get granted. Well, it didn't get granted or denied, did it?
Never was heard
Why not?
because he was murdered.
No further questions.
It is Sanford, you may step down for now. Members of the jury, we're going to take a brief break before we hear from the next witness. The bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
Please leave your notepads face down on your chairs.
Is Mr. Lauro present?
I'll go shout out in the hallway.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, very briefly, we filed a motion to put on the record that Ms. Adelson is here pursuant to the subpoena.
Yes, when I get to it.
Confers use and derivative use of immunity on her, but for that subpoena, she would be asserting her Fifth Amendment rights. And we believe it was necessary just to make sure the record is clear.
Very well. I discussed this with the parties yesterday. I believe neither the state or the defense, you had no position concerning this. Is this correct?
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you.
You had no position concerning
I
the
do
non-party
not.
motion?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lauro, in considering this motion, I will allow you to make your statement. I believe the state has confirmed that the testimony will occur pursuant to a grant of immunity. They cannot pull the rug out from under your client's feet, but I will allow you to make your statement.
And in light of that, there's nothing further I need to do since I put it on the record, if Your Honor will accept it.
Very well.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have anything else to address concerning Ms. Adelson before we resume the testimony?
No, sir. I just wanted to have a recess to see if we can do anything about the feedback that's happening in the court.
That's a good idea. We'll take about a 10-minute break and resume at 3:10.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
can we invoke the rule at this point in time?
That's fine.
Thank you.
The rule of sequestration is going to be invoked, I believe, except for Investigator Newland. Anyone else who will testify in this matter needs to step out of the courtroom. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone else until you're called. Hey, Mike.
You're live.
What's up, STS Nation? We are live. The COE's that's the COE's arm. We are just doing a quick mic check here, making sure. Jeremy, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Let Jeremy know that we're live.
And why am I not hearing Jeremy?
I can hear you. I can hear you perfectly.
On your computer, but not mine. Can you go to my settings?
Yep. You can just inform STS Nation that ordinarily we do this before, but since we're live, we're just keeping this live stream up. You can inform them.
Everyone, we're doing an audio check real quick here with Jeremy, which we typically do before. Jeremy, talk to me.
Hey, I can hear you just fine.
Excellent. We are all set to go. And Carl Steinbeck's going to be joining us. Jeremy, if you can do me a huge favor, I don't know if it's possible. Can you turn your phone the other direction? There, landscape mode, if that's possible, on the side. There you go. Perfect.
Is that better?
Beautiful. Yes, sir. So what's up, STS Nation? I wasn't expecting to be here right at this very moment, but here we are. And it looks like Wendi Adelson is about to take the stand. And from what I heard, the very little that I heard of her attorney, John Lauro, who happens to be representing former President Trump as well, is that she plans, I think, to invoke her Fifth Amendment right. Jeremy, I don't know if you were listening or not, because I know you're working simultaneously. And by the way, Carl Steinbeck is about to join us. He is heading home as well. But Jeremy, did you happen to hear that she's going to be invoking her Fifth Amendment right? And if so, are you surprised?
I did hear that. That is what I understood from what he just said. I'm not really surprised because I think she realizes anything she says, there's any daylight between what she said the two previous occasions, it's going to not be helpful to her. So she has really no incentive to get up there and testify again.
And apologize. We're all doing multiple things today. Number one, we didn't expect opening statements to necessarily start today until very late yesterday. Certainly did not expect Wendi to be called this early. But in fact, it looks like she will be. Now, when she gets up there, Jeremy, which it appears that she's going to do after this short break, and as she is asked questions and she repeatedly says, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right, obviously a constitutional right, but in your experience, how does it play with jurors?
Well, I think most people are a little frustrated with that. You can give them as many instructions as you like, that's not to be held against them, or that's their fundamental right. But I think in this type of a case where they're there as a witness, they're not on trial, it's just something that the jury is going to be frustrated, maybe wonder about, be puzzled about. And, they may be wondering why have we gone through this process of having somebody come in and they're going to invoke their rights. Hard to say, jurors, I think they're absorbing things in the trial, but, this case is not tried in a vacuum. I think, this being the defendant's sister, they're going to, go through the trial wondering about that. And it could actually help Charlie, because if Charlie's innocent, why would his sister be taking the Fifth? I don't think it makes him look good. But it's difficult to say that the jurors are going to think any one particular thing on that.
And because she's invoking the Fifth, do you think this is going to be relatively quick? Typically when this happens, will they leave a witness on the stand? In other words, will Georgia Kappelman or whoever's questioning, maybe Sarah Dugan, but likely Georgia Kappelman, will she go through her entire line of questioning here just to make all the points she needs to make? And your thoughts on that? And we are getting Melissa Hamilton to join as well, which is great. I didn't see her here. Thanks for coming on, Melissa, Dr. Hamilton.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right where I am, but worth it.
All right. Dr. Hamilton, I'm going to come right to you. But Jeremy, the question I was just asking you, and again, we're waiting on Carl Steinbeck also. will Georgia Kappelman or Sarah Dugan, whoever is asking the questions, will they go through their entire line of questioning?
I think they'd go through enough just to show the jury these are the main questions. We were trying to get through this witness, and the witness is taking the fifth, but I don't think they want to keep her up there, for 45 minutes just taking the fifth. I think it's going to be, they're going to get to their high points and move on.
And Jeremy, I want to come back to you because you were not part of this morning's discussion right after opening statements, and it was a tough one to follow on the defense side. But Dr. Hamilton, since I do have you, what about this? We are hearing now, it sounded like John Lauro was basically telling the court that she is going to invoke her Fifth Amendment right. Are you surprised to hear that?
No, she's a lawyer. She's being careful. Yeah. Interesting that they're going to bring her up there. Yes, it was. I think it was a surprise to me. I don't know. It was a surprise to everybody that they would call her, particularly on the first day.
It took us by surprise. I'll tell you that. I think that might be a live shot of her in the courtroom right now. I'm not sure who that woman is beside her, but I know that she was with her in the hallway. I have to say, my heart goes out to Ruth Markel, of course, Dan's mother. I caught a shot of her in the courtroom, and she looked like it was very hard on her, which is not surprising. But she looked, she looked like she had been through hell today. Just hearing these opening statements, Dr. Hamilton, to that point, how hard is it on the families of the victims? There's John Lauro. We just got a quick peek at him. As I said, he is representing former President Donald Trump, which is a massive job in and of itself. And of course, now representing Wendi Adelson. But Dr. Hamilton, you're a teacher, you worked corrections, you've done it all. What is it like on the families in this moment as we get another shot of Wendi Adelson there?
Well, it drags them through it all again. So the trauma of everything, it reminds them of it. So they can experience the loss yet again, and in a public forum. So people are looking at them, and some of the dirty laundry is being aired about family that often we want to keep private, and it's not being private. Certainly, the testimony of the medical examiner and the forensic analyst about Dan's death must have been extremely hard to hear about the details of that, and particularly that it was not a quick demise, that he may very likely have suffered. Just the vision of the glasses being broken in two, that just itself is heart-wrenching. So the family is experiencing it, but they are being extremely brave, as you know.
Yeah, and the autopsy photos, obviously tough to look at. Carl Steinbeck, are you hearing me okay? We usually do these mic tests off camera.
I can hear you.
Okay, looks like they are standing for Judge Everett. Let's listen in for a moment here.
Mike, are we good on the microphone?
That is not our mic check. That's the courtroom's mic check, for the record. Setting the record straight. It looks like Wendy's going to be called momentarily. Let's listen to the judge. As we wait for a moment here, that is a great shot of Charlie Adelson. He looks like he just came out of a pond or something. He looks like he's been through a murky situation, not looking well at all. Obviously talking to counsel right now. Robin Clark astutely pointing out here, Carl's in the house. Carl, while we're waiting here, do you know, does Wendi have immunity in this trial? And if so, it seems like she's about to invoke her Fifth Amendment right. What is the strategy there? Are you surprised?
Well, I think I'm not quite sure what exactly Laurel's doing, but it looks like he's maybe just trying to preserve her Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination. So he's sort of like protesting against the statute that says she has to cooperate and she can't claim the Fifth. So it might just be like a procedural move and then she will testify. Because if she's going to invoke completely and not cooperate as a witness, then I don't think they're going to call her on the witness stand to have her invoke and be asked questions and keep on pleading the fifth.
Melissa, since I'm slow and I'm not a lawyer, can you kind of just expand on what Carl just said in terms of it being a procedural move, but in fact, maybe she will testify?
Yeah, so often to have your objections and arguments endure to potentially a appeal, you have to make them in real time. So they instead of just doing it off trial, for example, they have to do it in real time. But I also wanted to mention is even though she's a lawyer and she's going to be very safe, is she also understands if she is going to invoke her Fifth Amendment right, is that you can't do it arbitrarily, that she has to really feel that something could incriminate her. And just actually, I think there would be value of putting her on a stand, even if they know she's going to continuously invoke her Fifth Amendment right, because actually that looks bad for Charlie. That one of his family members who, benefited from the murder is invoking the fifth. So I think that would resonate in and of itself.
And Carl, Yala here, she's been given derivative immunity. Same process was gone through last time. Can you just elaborate on what that means, derivative immunity?
Well, it means basically everything she talks about in her testimony cannot be used against her in and of itself. It can't be used subsequently. If they have independent evidence against her, they want to use it in a prosecution, then they could use it. But anything that she says or anything that she maybe leads them to further information that they didn't know about. So if maybe they think of another witness based that she gives them a lead on, they can't follow that up as well. So that's the kind of thing we're talking about. But I would say that under American jurisprudence, the courts I've been in at over the years, if someone's going to invoke the fifth, they don't call them at all. So they might do it different in England, but in American courts that I've been a part of, you don't ever call a witness to have invoked the fifth in front of the jury. Now you can do it in a deposition where you're doing like Professor Hamilton said, but for actual trial in front of a jury, we don't do it that way.
By the way, Dr. Hamilton, is there such a thing as or something comparable to the Fifth Amendment in the UK where you teach law?
Yes, although obviously not the Fifth Amendment per se.
And when you teach that, I mean, obviously in America, it's a constitutional right, but jurors are going to look at you funny, aren't they?
Yes, because it looks like you have something to hide if you're not willing to tell them the truth. So the juries are called, they think that they want to see all the evidence. And if they're being denied the evidence, they're going to be suspicious.
And just a quick follow-up, and then I'm going to get to Jeremy about, and let's keep that picture up if we can. But and I know you guys are trying to figure out, there you go. But Jeremy, let me actually go to you. The opening statements, you weren't here for them. The state, Sarah Dugan delivered them for the state, and they were pretty straightforward, very methodical, almost a timeline of events.
Sure.
Let's listen in here. It looks like there's some motion in the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. State, please call your next witness.
State calls Wendi Adelson.
Here we go. You just heard it. Wendi Adelson coming to the witness stand, uninterrupted. We will listen and then dissect.
Please raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may be seated.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendi Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm originally from Coral Springs, Florida.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Miami.
How are you employed?
Now kind of part-time. I do asylum work and I fundraise for nonprofit organizations.
Are you an attorney?
By training, yes.
Okay. How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
Since I graduated and took the bar in 2006.
And are you here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that subpoena confers use and derivative use immunity to you, so nothing you say could be used against you in the future.
That is correct.
That doesn't mean you have full immunity from prosecution, but nothing you say here and nothing derived from it could be used in that prosecution. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Did you know Daniel Markell?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were married.
When did you meet Mr. Markell?
We met in the fall of my second year of law school, so fall of 2004.
And where did you meet?
We met in Washington, D.C. He was working there, and I was looking into a summer job in Washington.
When did you get married?
In February of 2006.
And when did you live here in Tallahassee?
We lived in Tallahassee my third year of law school, so from August of 2005 until I think around maybe May or June of 2006. And then we moved to Miami for a year because Danny was interested in working at the University of Miami. He did not get the job at University of Miami, and so we moved back here in 2007 and lived here until 2014.
And where were the two of you employed during the time you lived here in Tallahassee?
I was employed at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and Danny was employed at FSU Law School.
Were you both professors at FSU College of Law?
Yes.
And were you living on Trescott Drive at that time?
When we were married, we lived, I think we rented a house before that, but at some point, maybe in 2008, we moved to Trescott Drive.
And is that the home that he was still living in at the time that he was killed?
That is correct.
Okay, and you were no longer living there, is that correct?
I was no longer living there.
All right, at the time he was killed, you two had children together, yes?
Yes.
And how many children did you have?
We have 2 children.
And what are their ages now?
They are 13 and 14.
What about at the time of their dad's death?
At the time of their dad's death, they were 4 and 3.
When did you separate from Professor Markell?
In the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation the two of you having differing views on how to raise your kids as far as within the Jewish faith?
I mean, it was a small part, but it was part of it.
Okay, that seemed to be something that came up a lot in your communication, so that's why I ask about it. What was the difference of opinion on that?
I mean, when we first met and started dating, Danny wasn't as observant or as religious as he became over time. And so the difference in our perspective on raising kids was about dietary choices and attendance at synagogue, things like that.
So in general, he wanted to raise the children more strictly in terms of the faith than you.
That is correct.
Did you move out of the marital home while Mr. Markell was away on a business trip?
I did, yes.
All right. And did he know that you were moving out when he left for the business trip?
No, he did not.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I rented a home in Tallahassee.
Where was that? Do you remember the address?
Aqua Ridge Way.
3303 sound right?
That's right.
Okay. And what was the custody arrangement once you moved out of the marital home?
I mean, in the beginning, until we had a formal custody arrangement, we were just finding ways to share custody. I remember that first weekend his parents came, so I made sure he had the children all weekend while his parents were visiting from Canada. But eventually we had a 50-50 shared custody arrangement.
All right. And do you remember exactly what that looked like? Was it week on, week off, or something more complicated?
It was something more complicated. In the summertime, it was week on, week off. During the weeks, it was I think what they called like a 2-2 split, with Wednesday night being an overnight and then the weekends being every other weekend.
All right, but roughly 50-50.
50-50, but that was the split.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 56. I know you've had a chance to take a look at this before, but if you'll just kind of thumb through it and tell me if you recognize it.
Sure.
Do you recognize the exhibit?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
It looks like it, yes.
All right. And is it fair to say this was a contentious litigation process that you had with your ex?
It was.
And I want to ask you about a specific filing in there. It's on begins on page 43. And it's in reference to a filing on January 14th of 2013, where you were looking to relocate with the minor children. Do you recall that particular filing?
I recall the filing. You said 43. I'm not sure oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. On the bottom, there should be page numbers for you.
Yes. Yes, I recognize it.
Okay, and that's the filing in reference to your motion for relocation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you file this motion with the intent to not be successful?
Sorry, I don't
It's
understand
been
the question.
suggested that you never thought that was going to be successful. Did you?
I
Or
think
not?
I thought there was a small chance that it would be successful, but not very likely, no.
Okay. And weren't you thinking, well, maybe Danny would be happy working somewhere else because he's mentioned applying elsewhere, so maybe he'll allow the relocation? Were you
Well,
thinking
he
that?
and I talked about the relocation. So when we talked about it, he thought, well, if I can live nearby in Miami, that might work. And then I could commute to FSU. I didn't mean for him to leave FSU, but he wanted to leave FSU at some point. So that
So
was just a matter of time.
So you thought it might be successful?
Sure. I mean, I thought it was possible, but not likely.
All right. And page 46 of that document, paragraph E references the job offer. The wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who is the close family in South Florida?
The close family would have been my mom and my dad and my brother.
And which brother is that?
My brother that's here today.
Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Okay. What's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Donna.
Donna Adelson?
Yes,
And
that's her name.
What about your dad?
My dad's name is Harvey.
And where did Donna and Harvey live back in the time frame between 2012 and 2016?
They lived at the home I grew up in Coral Springs.
And how far do they live away from you currently as we sit here today?
Currently, depends on Miami traffic, but anywhere between 15 minutes and an hour.
Right. And what kind of a relationship do you have with your parents as we sit here today?
I have a good relationship with my parents.
And has that always been the case?
I would say so.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom has with your boys?
I think it's very loving. I think she's a very dedicated grandmother.
She spends a lot of time with them, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
And when they were little and you first moved there after Danny's death, how much time was she spending with them?
When I moved there after Danny's death in 2014,
how much time was your mom spending with the boys?
I mean, we were all living together at that point. So, I mean, we were spending every day together.
How were your parents employed? Are they retired now?
They're retired now.
What are they retired from?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom used to coordinate, kind of be like an office administrator at his practice.
And did she write the checks at the practice, paychecks?
Yes. Mm-hmm. She handled all the bookkeeping.
What was the name of the practice?
The name changed over the years, but probably the name when they retired was the Adelson Institute.
And were your parents wealthy at the time that your husband was murdered?
I mean, my parents worked their whole lives to support us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think the business did well for a period of time.
About $2 million in profit each year between 2013 and 2016. Sound right?
They never talked to me about money, so I have no idea how much the business made at any given point.
Did you discuss your marital problems with your mom at all?
I did, yeah.
Okay. What about the resulting legal issues? Was your mom read in on those things?
I mean, I definitely updated her about the results of the relocation when that petition got denied, but not kind of the ins and outs of every part of our divorce.
What about your dad? Was he invested in your divorce status?
I think the same as my mom, just worried about me and worried about the boys.
Mm-hmm. What about your brother? Did he take an interest in the ins and outs of your divorce?
No, not really.
Did he need to protect you from Dan Markel?
No, I mean, I don't think I need protection.
Were you physically in danger from Dan Markel?
No, I wasn't in danger.
Did the litigation revolving around the divorce and the subsequent issues that arose, did that impact your family back in South Florida?
I mean, only to the extent that I think they felt bad for what I was going through, but.
Mm-hmm. I want to show you an exhibit that I've marked as State's Exhibit 59. Sorry, 57, Your Honor. You've seen this one before as well. Does that one look familiar?
I don't remember it, to be honest. It's from 10 years ago.
Take a moment to look through it.
Sure.
When you're done, I'll let opposing counsel take a look at it, but go ahead and let us know when you're done reviewing it. right, are those emails between you and your mother?
I don't think I responded. I think they're just emails from my mom to me. No?
Okay, mostly all from your mom.
Yeah.
Okay, and the email address says, I think it's something like Wendi Harvey. Can you tell from the content that it's your mom typing rather than your dad?
Yeah, the email's Donna Harvey, my two parents' names. So they've been married over 50 years, so they have a joint email address. So it's from both of them.
Okay, so what I want to draw your attention to is page 2 of that exhibit, that first paragraph there above the word response. Did you have an opportunity to read that?
I read it real fast,
Kinda
but
scanned.
I can
And,
read it.
and what I want to draw your attention to is specifically the part that reads, your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient schedules around so he can continue to spend significant time with the children. Did you?
Are you objecting, Mr. Roush?
I just didn't hear it get admitted into evidence.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move this exhibit into evidence.
Any
Number
objection?
right?
No objection.
It's
57
57.
is admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. So that paragraph, isn't that paragraph going into detail about how the issues surrounding your divorce and litigation is financially impacting in a negative way your parents' business?
That's what my mom says here. Yes.
Okay. And it also says, additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. So this is an argument that your mom is proposing, right, to help you, give you an idea of what might persuade the courts to allow the relocation. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's what she was doing. Yes.
Okay, and she's indicating that both your parents as well as your brother have suffered financially as a result of you not being able to relocate.
Yes.
Okay. And on page, do you have page numbers in the bottom right corner of your exhibit?
I have them in the top so I can see.
Okay, so 5 of, well, let me look. Give me a moment. So it'll be the second email in your packet, page 1 of 3.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I see that page.
Okay, and there's a rest of your life highlighted or underlined in the center and in bold. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, right before that, it reads, however, the rest of your life and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You need to be a good actress you can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Who's Jibbers?
Jibbers, she's referring to Danny.
And was Jibbers a name he went by or just something you called him behind his back?
Jibbers was a silly nickname that I gave him during the divorce proceedings when he was being pretty scary and threatening, and it kind of made me feel less scared of him.
Okay, so not something you called him to his face.
No.
But that was a word that was only used to describe him.
Yes, it was a nickname.
Okay. So in this, again, your mom is referencing how everyone's life is being affected by this relocation, including your brother, Charlie. Do you agree with that?
That is what she said. Yes.
All right. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say she's, a little on the controlling side?
I don't think she's controlling, but she's definitely overprotective.
Did she ever try to micromanage your life?
Maybe, yeah.
Did she have an interest in who you were dating and who you weren't dating and who you should be dating when you were single?
I think she was usually disappointed that I wasn't dating more.
Okay. For example, isn't it true that she would not let you drive to and from Tallahassee to South Florida?
Well, I used to drive before I had the boys, but they were young and she preferred to come with me and give me some extra support.
So what would that look like if you were going to take a trip to South Florida? Would they come up here and get you, or?
No, sometimes I would go myself with the kids, but I was breastfeeding both of them. So it usually looked like me breastfeeding a child while I entertained the other in the Okahumpka rest stop. So
Okay.
it was a lot. It was helpful to have some backup.
All right. And so that time frame you'd be referencing is like the 2013 time frame? Because not around the time of Danny's death, you wouldn't have still been breastfeeding, would you?
If Lincoln was 3, no, I would have stopped maybe the year before.
Okay.
So
And
maybe
was it
2012, 2013.
okay? And wasn't it true that around the time of the death, they were still doing this practice where they would prefer to drive you to and from South Florida?
I mean, not every time, but sometimes.
Okay. And would your mom sometimes enlist your brother Charlie to convince you to do certain things in your personal life?
Can't really think of an example of that.
Well, dating Dave was a big one on some of the materials I had.
Yeah, people like Dave.
All right. And your mom really liked Dave.
Yeah, everyone liked Dave, but we were just friends.
Okay. Did she try? So she would try to get Charlie to convince you to date a certain person.
I don't think she was getting Charlie to convince me to date Dave. I think everyone liked Dave.
All right. And would she try to get Charlie to convince you to do certain things as far as your professional life? What jobs to take?
No, I don't
She
think
didn't
so.
do that. Would she try to get Charlie to do certain things like advise you on investment decisions, whether or not you were going to buy a house, for example?
I don't think so. I don't remember that. Danny and I made that decision together.
Once you had left Dan and you were living separately, did you look into purchasing a home here in Tallahassee?
I did, yeah.
And did your brother Charlie convince you not to do that?
I don't remember him convincing me not to. The only reason why I didn't was because I was waiting on the money from Danny from the settlement and he didn't pay it, so I couldn't afford the house.
And your mom didn't want you to buy the house, did she?
That's not true. My parents were looking to buy a house in Tallahassee as well.
Okay. Did you have strike? Generally speaking, does your mom manipulate the personal lives of her children?
No.
Is your mom, like, if she's really upset about something or worked up about something, is that something that your brother Charlie's going to hear a lot about? Who's going to hear more of it, you or Charlie?
Well, if my mom's upset with me, probably Charlie. And if she's upset with Charlie, probably me.
Okay, so do you get a lot of that? Do you hear a lot about, let's go back. Let's go to before the murder. Did you get a lot of Donna just giving you an earful about what Charlie needs to be doing?
Probably at some point.
What was Charlie doing with his personal life? What did his personal life look like?
At what point?
Before the murder.
I mean, at what period of time before?
All of them. Wasn't it just a revolving door of girlfriends?
Right, but my mom didn't complain to me about that.
She didn't mind that with him.
I don't understand the question.
She didn't mind if he went from girl to girl to girl. That was acceptable.
She didn't really weigh in on it, no.
Who talked to her more, you or Charlie?
Charlie.
A lot more, right?
Yeah.
At the time of Dan Markell's murder, were your parents extremely angry with Dan?
At that point, no. They were in a much better place.
I want to direct your attention to an interview that was conducted on, I think this was your law enforcement interview. So July 18th, 2014. And I'm specifically for court and counsel looking at page 27, lines 11 and 12. I've got it open to the page, but you can flip around if you need to familiarize yourself.
Sure.
And I'll take that exhibit if you want.
Do you want me to flip through or just look at this one page?
If you'll just look at that one page, well, I mean, not that reminder. 27. Let me get to where you are. So page 27 there, lines 11 and 12, and I've got it highlighted for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Says, Ms. Adelson, you know, my parents are, you know, very angry toward him. Is that true?
Was
Isn't
that
that
true?
what you said? Your parents were very angry toward Dan.
Can I read the rest of the sentence?
Sure.
So I say, you know, my parents are very angry towards him, but even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father.
And then on page 288, line 24 through page 289, line 1. And that's going to be, didn't you say, you know, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else. Is that what you said?
That is what I said.
And that's because he hurt you, right?
And I was saying that in the context of talking to law enforcement for hours and hours and trying to help them figure out who might be responsible.
Right. And who did you tell them might be responsible?
Well, I told them many, many people, but are you asking about this particular moment right here?
You told them your family might be responsible.
Or
didn't
potentially
you?
someone to do with a former student or his current girlfriend. I mentioned lots of people that I thought could be responsible.
Okay. And of the lots of people that could have been responsible, your family was one.
Yep.
Because they might have done this thinking it would help you. And that's what happened, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Your family had your ex-husband killed to try to help you, didn't they?
No, that's completely untrue.
And back to the divorce, the petition where Danny is responding to your petition for the motion to relocate. Are you familiar with that filing, or do you need to take a look at it?
I need to take a look at it.
All right, it's going to be page 79 through 101, and this is back to our exhibit 56. And again, that was the filing begins on page 79. I'm specifically interested in 82. And in this filing, doesn't Mr. Markel say, quote, the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. The wife has refused to return these items or to allow the husband into her home to see what other personal belongings were taken without his permission or acquiescence. So my point is, he's accusing you of theft in this paragraph.
Those are the words that are here, yes.
Yeah, and he's very adamantly objecting to your relocation, right? On page 82, it says the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate is so that she can be closer to her parents. Was being near your parents the sole reason that you wanted to relocate?
No.
It wasn't the sole reason stated in your petition?
It wasn't the sole reason stated in my petition, and it wasn't the sole reason that he and I talked about before I filed the motion to relocate.
Why was he so adamant and so confident that this was the real reason you wanted to be down there?
I think there's a lot of things in these pleadings that are not true. So just because it says something doesn't make it true.
Sure, but did he know that your mom was just grinding on this issue of trying to get you down there?
He would have had no idea.
He wouldn't have been, that wouldn't have been known to him?
I don't think so.
But he was accusing you in these pleadings of all kind of stuff, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but hiding financial assets, failing to disclose things, kidnapping his kids in the middle of, his business trip, all those sorts of things, right?
Yes, you said lots of things.
All right. And you said a lot of things too. There's filings going both ways that are pretty venomous. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that.
Yours were pleasant.
I'm not saying divorce filings are pleasant, but mine were not venomous.
Okay. Did your mother, Donna Adelson, review the filing in which Dan Markell is accusing you of this theft and all this stuff?
I don't remember if she did.
What about the one where Dan Markell is asking that your mother not be permitted to have unsupervised visitation with the kids?
My mom never saw that because after he filed that, he then asked my parents to babysit the kids. My mom baked him banana bread, gave him a hug goodbye. So there was nothing truthful about that pleading that he filed, and my mom never saw it.
Why do you think he filed that?
He was really angry at me for leaving him.
Okay, so he didn't really want to limit your mom's visitation with the kids.
No,
and that's evidence
to babysit after he filed that.
Evidenced by the banana bread, and so she didn't even know about that filing.
She never knew about it.
Okay, and when she laid all those options out in that email to you about other options that you could take to secure the relocation, as far as bribing, remember that? Converting the Christian children to Christianity, remember that suggestion?
I sure do.
Okay. What did she put in there that she viewed as your most non-negotiable and most important part of your divorce?
I don't know. Do you have something I can see?
States Exhibit 57. And it is page 1. Page 1, paragraph 2.
So you want me to read what she said here?
I want you to answer the question. What was the most important part
of the divorce for my mom?
Yes.
It says here that for her, it was relocation.
All right. And did you have 2 8-hour mediations in your divorce?
We had 2 very long mediations. I don't remember exactly how long they were, but
did they result in a resolution?
No.
Was Mr. Markell seeking to depose your mom as part of the divorce?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if it ever happened?
I don't think it happened. I don't remember it.
Was the prospect of that upsetting to your mom?
I don't think so. I don't remember it, so I don't remember talking with her about it. Or
did your mom call Dan any disparaging names around this time frame?
Well, I just read them in the emails, but I don't remember them independently.
Okay. Did she call him an asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
Religious zealot?
Yes.
Bastard?
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Okay. Is it page 5 from the first email?
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
I see. Yes.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes.
Fucker?
Yes.
But in all the filings made on your behalf by the different lawyers that you had, and all of the emails that your mom sent, he was never described as abusive.
I mean, he was described as emotionally abusive, yes.
Can you show me where he was described as emotionally abusive in any of those items?
Well, not by my mom, but in the pleadings.
Okay, show me that.
It's going to take me a while to find it.
Okay, well, it's not in there, but you can get back to me.
Well,
with
it is in there.
Objection, Your Honor. The comment. She's not testifying.
Hold on, please.
Carl Steinbeck, we've got a quick sidebar going on here. There was an objection. Can you tell us, in your opinion, what you think was happening? And don't forget to unmute, please.
I cannot hear the objection, so if somebody could restate it, please.
Yeah, Jeremy, were you able to hear that? There's an objection, and I think that is that possible. That was John Lauro who objected there. It was hard for me to tell.
I thought it was Mr. Rashbaum essentially objecting to Georgia testifying. You know, when she said it's not in there, Georgia said yes. Well, she said it is in there. Georgia said no, it's not in there. You won't find it in there. So he's objecting to counsel introducing testimony, essentially.
Carl, what do you make of that?
Well, I think Wendi may be referring to maybe when she said that Dan would not talk to her the entire drive down to Miami.
Or could you
All right, here
give us a starting point of which filing it might be located in?
It might be under the petition to relocate. It might be under the initial divorce proceedings.
Okay.
It wouldn't be in emails from my mom, but it would take a while to find it. It might be in the depositions.
Okay, did you view yourself as being stuck here in Tallahassee once the relocation was denied?
I didn't. I mean, I had a really nice life here. I did not view myself as being stuck.
Would you please turn to page 176 in that exhibit in front of you? I think it's highlighted for you. Did you describe yourself in that filing as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I don't see it. You said it was highlighted, but there's nothing highlighted.
Okay. 176
Mhm.
page.
I didn't highlight it for you. Okay.
Just a moment.
I see the word stuck. I found it.
Okay. So did you describe at least in one occasion being stuck in Tallahassee?
No, can I read the sentence?
Sure.
So it says, the husband has made it difficult for the wife with her colleagues at her current position due to his statements and actions. And the husband's intent is to relocate to a larger area at some point. So the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
All right.
Meaning,
and had he accepted a job anywhere else by the time that he was murdered?
no, he hadn't yet been offered a job, but he was always looking.
Okay. So he was just going to move and just let you have the kids at that point?
He probably would have done what I did, which is have a conversation and see if it was a place that made sense for both of us to live.
And would you have moved to wherever he got a great job and started a new life there?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. Did you like Tallahassee?
I did.
And you said, I think you did say this, but let me clarify. Was your mom aware of the order denying relocation?
My mom was aware of the order denying relocation.
And what about your brother, Charlie? Was he aware of that as well?
I'm sure my mom would have said something to him.
All right. So did your mom suggest any ways that you might coerce Dan Markell to let you move with the kids to South Florida?
Yes, I think we talked about that before.
We did. And for this, I'm referring back to those emails. And in particular, the bribe. So another bribe to get him to allow relocation. I'm on page 5 of the first email for the defense. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets so that he can fly back and forth, right? So you're going to potentially offer this big monetary benefit that would allow him to fly back and forth to work. Is that the idea?
I never said that I was going to do any of that.
Okay. Was that the idea that your mom had?
That was the idea.
All right. And the amount of the bribe is going to be, or was at least discussed as being $1 million. Is that right?
That is what they said.
Okay. And did you agree with that?
No.
Would that have worked?
I have no idea if it would have worked, but
You think he might have taken $1 million to let his kids go?
well, he wasn't letting his kids go. He would have moved to South Florida and he would have commuted back and forth to his job. So maybe.
Well, then why wasn't it offered?
Because I didn't want to do it.
All right. What about the idea that you could try to threaten Dan to convert the kids to Christianity so that they can fit into the Bible Belt here in Tallahassee? Is that something your mom suggested in these emails?
My mom did suggest that.
Okay. And specifically, this is on page 7 of the exhibit. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. Have a picture made of them in front of the church, all that kind of thing. That's what your mom suggested at one time.
She did, yes.
Okay. And did you do any of those things?
No, I don't even think I responded to it.
Do you know whether the defendant, your brother Charlie, was supportive of the plan to convert them or pose as converting them to Christianity?
I have no idea. I don't think he was particularly involved in this round of my mom's emails.
On page 11 of the exhibit, there's an indication from your mom that Charlie at least has discussed this with her and maybe is somewhat supportive. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Jibbers that he's, all caps and bold, not in control. So it just seems like your mom was pretty extreme about this situation of getting you relocated. Can you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. And Charlie was at least consulted on it or had offered some information about it.
Well, that was my mom's rendition, so I don't know if that's what actually happened or that was her perception.
Sure. Were you involved in the effort to consult a lawyer about the bribe and whether that was going to be legal?
I wasn't the lawyer consulted in that.
No. Were you involved in consulting a lawyer with your mom? Okay. Do you know for sure if any financial offer was or was not made to Dan Markell?
I couldn't say for sure if they made it to Danny without me knowing, but I don't think so.
Is that something they would do, is try to negotiate with him behind your back or deal with this situation behind your back?
I don't think so. I think I would have known. Danny probably would have told me.
But you definitely didn't extend any of these offers or threats.
No.
When was the divorce final?
The summer of 2013.
All right, I'm going to switch gears for a minute and talk about phone stuff. Was your cell phone collected by the police in this case after Dan was shot?
I gave the police my cell phone and asked them to search it if it could be useful.
All right. And around the time of the murder, was your number 954-803-0079?
It was.
And can you agree that the numbers, let me show you an exhibit. You will. Okay. Well, I want to explain what it is. Okay. Yeah, so I talked a lot about converting to Christianity, but I didn't mention what religion you are. We talked about Dan being more religious than you are, but we didn't talk about what religion you are. So could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. I'm Jewish.
And Dan was as well, right?
And Danny was Jewish as well.
Okay. So I had this exhibit 59. This is not 59. Yes, that's what we did. One moment. All right, you may not be able to do this, but states 59, I've got phone numbers attributed to your family members. Obviously, you don't know the other people. Are those phone numbers accurate, if you know, for the time
Yes.
frame around the murder?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then you are also familiar with the wiretap that was conducted in this case?
Yes.
And did I provide you a disc labeled disc 107, ask you to review some calls and see if you could authenticate the voices on those calls?
Yes.
All right, and for that, I made you a little spreadsheet, which I've marked as 61. And were you able to initial by each call indicating that the highlighted names are the voices of the people they purport to be?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I ask to move to evidence state 61.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 61 is admitted.
All right, and if we can shift back to, we talked about your divorce being final. Once the divorce was final, weren't there still a lot of filings that went back and forth between both you and Dan Markel?
Yes and no. The divorce was final. We had a final settlement agreement. The agreement was I take my name off the title to the house. He pays me half the value to the house. So for within the first week, I went and took my name off the title to the house, and I waited until October when he was supposed to get back to me. He never paid me the money. And so I called and I asked what happened. That was the deal. And he said, I have compelling reasons. I'm not going to pay you. And so I made one filing, a motion to enforce the settlement agreement because he didn't do it.
Right, so you believe that he owed you money pursuant to the settlement agreement? He
Yes.
was in violation of the settlement agreement?
Yes.
And he was of the belief that you had withheld some financial things from your affidavit, and maybe he didn't owe you the money that you had previously agreed on because you had not been honest in the initial disclosures, right?
He accused my attorney of having unclean hands and committing a crime.
Yeah, and assisting you in withholding this money from the disclosures. Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt of court. That was filed, you may need to refresh your memory, October 31st, 2013. Give you the exhibit 56 and have you take a look at, this is going to be on 338. All right, could you just read the title, the caption of that filing?
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
What does it mean to be held in contempt of court?
It means not to be doing what the court has asked you to do.
What can happen to you if you're held in contempt of court?
I don't know, really.
Could you be jailed?
I don't know.
All right. And when was this filed? This was you filing it, right? I mean, you're the client.
Right.
You're asking that he be held in contempt. And
I
you don't know
filed
what
this.
that means?
I mean, at the time I filed, which was 10 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, refresh your recollection with the
Okay.
document. Goes through 340.
Okay, I have it.
Okay. So what was it you were asking for in this motion?
It was what I just mentioned. So basically, I took my name off the title to the house. He never paid. This was asking him to pay.
Cough up the money or be held in contempt?
Yep.
Okay. And what day was this filed?
This was filed on October 31st, 2013.
All right, so Halloween of 13, and that's the same day that you backed out of the contract to purchase the house in Tallahassee, right?
I don't remember what day that was.
Okay. Do you remember that it was your brother, Charlie, that specifically convinced you to back out of that particular house deal?
I don't actually. I don't remember that.
These text messages refresh your recollection. Okay. And you may have to look around for context, but I'm specifically looking at this one.
Okay. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Honestly, I mean, I can read what's here, but I still don't remember.
Don't really remember. And after pulling the plug on the house, there were some emails where you were saying you can't answer the phone, you're crying too hard about the house. Like you seem genuinely upset about pulling the plug on the house, but now you don't remember it?
Well, it's been 10 years.
Sure.
So a lot of terrible things have happened since then. It's hard to remember.
Don't recall.
I really liked the house and was excited about it, but it was more than I can afford at the time. That's what I remember, is talking with the real estate agent and having her say we'd find another house, and it wasn't the right one.
Would you have any reason to dispute that occurred on Halloween of 2013?
No, it probably did. I just don't remember.
Okay. And then a few months later, on February 14th of 2014, there was another filing. I want to draw your attention to page 379. and ask you what that document is.
Do you want me to read the title of the document?
Yes, please.
Former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions.
Do you remember this filing?
I don't remember this filing, but in anticipation of my testimony today, I refreshed and reread it.
Okay, and he accuses you in this filing of breaching the marital settlement agreement in various ways, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and committing a fraud upon the court by omitting the $200,000 in assets from your financial affidavit.
That is what he
there?
was alleging.
And asked the court to sanction you.
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay, so again, you're both seeking the court to sanction each other. I mean, them's fighting words and lawyer terms, right?
Well, I was filing a motion to enforce a settlement agreement, so I don't think that's really fighting words. That's just asking the court to complete what it already said it wanted to do.
Okay. And on page 379, Dan suggests that the court send a strong message about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the undisclosed assets of over $200,000, right?
That is what he asked for.
Okay, and then on March 10th of 2014, on page 437, do you respond with your motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement that we just talked about?
I'm sorry, what is the page number?
437.
I'm not familiar with this, but do you want me to read through it?
Could you read the caption aloud, please?
Sure. Motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, an incorporated motion for sanctions for failure to state a cause of action, and motion to strike as a sham pleading, and motion to strike as redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous pleading.
And then if you'll go to page 439, do you see a paragraph that begins, the vast majority of the former husband's motion?
Actually, don't see that. On page 439?
Yes, ma'am. I think I have it pulled out.
On number 8.
Yeah, the vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. Yada, yada. He's making false and immaterial statements against you. His pleadings only prove that he is a disgruntled former husband who cannot move past this disillusion. So it's getting personal. Would you agree with that?
My attorney here is responding to his pleading, which was over the top.
And this is over the top, right?
I don't think so, no.
Then 6 days later, Dan files another motion seeking action against your mother. And that's the one we've already touched on. That's page 441. Is that right?
Page 441.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's what we talked about.
Okay. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions. Here he's alleging, again, more violations of the marital settlement agreement, including communication between he and the boys. He wasn't happy with how much communication was happening, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, and refusal to provide him access to the kids on their birthdays. So he's complaining about a lot of things associated with this, not just money stuff, it's parenting stuff too, right?
That's right.
And isn't it in this motion that... Yes, sir.
Oh, I said that's right.
Isn't it in this motion that Dan Markell seeks to enjoin you from allowing your mother from spending time with the kids without supervision?
Can you please show me which page that's on?
450. Do you see a paragraph beginning on 3 specific occasions?
Yes, I do.
Could you read that, please?
8A, on 3 specific occasions in November 2013, the children informed Mr. Markell, Abba, Dad, Grandma says you're stupid. When queried as to why Grandma, the maternal grandmother, would say such things, the children replied jointly that it is because she says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her.
And continue, please.
In December 2013,
you don't have to say the name.
Yeah.
Your child.
My child, the younger son, further stated to Mr. Markell in front of the former wife, Abba, Grandma says she hates you. The children were visiting with their grandparents at that time.
Mr. Markell is concerned that continued exposure to such negativity forms a foundation for parental alienation. Is that what he was alleging about your mom?
That is what he is alleging in this document, yes.
And this was filed in court?
He filed this in court.
On what date?
It will be at the front of the document, right?
Yes, ma'am. Page 441.
This was filed on March 26th, 2014.
And this was the filing that never got ruled on, right?
I don't believe there was any ruling on this.
And that's because Dan Markell was killed before the hearing, right?
I don't know when it was scheduled for.
It wasn't even scheduled yet.
Okay.
It was waiting to be scheduled when he was killed. Is it fair to say your mom was worried about this motion?
No, my mom never knew about this motion. And as I mentioned before, Danny asked my mom to babysit after filing this motion. So I don't really believe anything that's written here.
Well, you forwarded this motion to your mother.
I don't believe
via
I did.
Email. In fact, you forwarded this motion to 12 different people. Your mom, Jeffrey Lacoste, Renee Griggs, Tova Walsh, Morgan Honeycutt, Gary Cohen, Miguel Edmondson, Trey Hubler, Robert Adelson, Rachel Frank, Jared Reich, and some MEHULNYC@yahoo.com. So if you weren't worried about this, why'd you send it to all these people?
I couldn't really say. It's been a long time.
And then a couple days later, we know what happened.
So this was in March. So a couple days, I sent it to people in July when Danny was killed.
You sent it a couple days later.
I sent that
email to 12 different people.
In March.
Yes.
Got a super quick break here with the Judge Everett, stepping aside. Dr. Hamilton, just your very quick reaction so far to Wendy's testimony. Is it credible? Getting a lot of mixed reaction, a lot of comments about her doing a good acting job again.
I don't find her coming across as credible. She's very combative. Even one salient question, when asked whether her family was involved, and she said no, they weren't. I would have followed it up with can you possibly know what others have done or not done? So even on that shows that she's willing to lie, I think. So I don't think she's coming across very well. I also kind of see her brain. She's appears to me, at least, as a very intelligent woman, worried that she's going to be tripped up. And she's having trouble concentrating on the documents and also going through her head, how does she stay on the message she wants? And so she seems to be conflicted with a bunch of thoughts coming in, and she's so afraid of being tripped up.
Carl, your take so far? Oh, you're muted. Let me unmute you there. I'm sorry, Carl. Go ahead. It's me.
Well, I think she's not trying to come across as bad as she did the two previous trials. I think she's very nervous. She's more studied her previous testimonies and whatnot, but she still cannot get over the fact that she's not being honest with what's really going on behind the scenes, what was happening there with her family, how much they hated Dan. And for her to say she doesn't even know what a contempt of court effects is on a judge if he finds you in contempt is just absolutely, unbelievable. for a lawyer of practicing that many years to say you don't know what happened is just, it's just ridiculous.
A very quick programming note. We were going to have Mark Garagos on, but I'm pushing it back because of this testimony. It's expected to go past the 5 o'clock hour. So we're going to all stay here. Mark Garagos is going to come on likely next week. We will have David Latt and Tim Jansen coming on. I know Melissa's put in a long day, so we will figure it out once this testimony ends. But everyone stay here for continuing coverage. As
we're dealing with the examination of the witness in 5 minutes.
And here comes Daniel Rashbaum. Oh, and if I heard correctly, I think they just said they're going to continue with the examination of Wendi Adelson in about 5 minutes' time. So, Jeremy Mutz, I know you're probably doing some work in between all of this. It's been a very long day. First off, we didn't really expect opening statements to come this quickly, but I guess they don't mess around in Tallahassee, Jeremy Mutz. They said 3 days, and it was 3 days. Your opinion so far of Wendi Adelson's testimony?
I think she's coming across more likable than the last time. She seemed a little bit haggard, a little bit more worn down the last time, and I think she's coming across better. I think Ms. Kappelman kind of has to be careful with this, because if you have somebody that's likable and you get bogged down, and she is obviously playing some games with Georgia, trying to bog her down, trying to slow her down throughout this. Georgia has to laser focus in on the questions and only get the answers that she knows Wendi has to agree to, or otherwise this is going to slow down and she's going to lose the jury on this.
For those of you who do not know, David Latt is a legal blogger, very well known, went to Harvard Law with Dan Markell in his world. And he, as I said, scheduled to come on with Tim Jansen and Mark Garagos. Mr. Garagos can no longer commit since we have to push it back, and he's obviously a very busy guy. We will get him on likely next week to comment on this trial, but we're going to all stay put here. And Tim will join and David Latt will join at some point in the next half hour, likely. And then we will get full analysis, post-game analysis, as they say. But for now, we're going to hang tight here. Dr. Hamilton, one of the interesting comments I saw, and I think this is important, is for the jurors who have not been following this closely, who don't know the story, Wendi could come off completely differently to them. She could come off as a divorcee who maybe just didn't get along so well with her ex-husband and was really oblivious to what was going on, not knowing the texture and all the layers that we know. Is that possible?
Absolutely. So there is a bias, what's called a beauty bias. She's a beautiful woman, and people tend to, the beauty bias in this respect is tend to believe people who are beautiful. That's why it's called a bias. It's not, based on reality. And so she will, for the uninitiated, you're right to call that out. Those of us who've been watching this for a while are suspicious of her because we've known the facts for a long time. The jurors, most of them have not been familiar with it. So there is, it's going to start off with is she is an appealing person from a physical beauty perspective. And so it's going to take a bit for them to, some of them at least, to be convinced that she could be up there, this beautiful woman lying, this not only a beautiful woman, but a mother of children. So that is something that, will have to be contended with.
And Dr. Hamilton, just by default, since you're the only woman on this panel, I want to ask you this question. So they questioned Wendi about her own mother, Donna, and she referred to her as being a very dedicated grandmother. And we've got Ruth Markell, the other grandmother in there, who lost her son and is no longer allowed to visit or be a part of her grandchildren's world. That's a crazy dichotomy. Did you make anything of that? You got to feel for Ruth Markell in that situation.
I do, and that perspective certainly has not played as much yet. So what they're mostly hearing is about Wendi's mother. And she comes across as a very dedicated grandmother, but she's also coming across as very controlling. Certainly the language, the many derogatory terms that were brought out that she used against her own son-in-law and her grandchildren's father does not come across well. But she does seem to be a multi-layered person, and so it's not necessarily clear what jurors will think of that, because there is some of the aspects of good, dedicated grandmother, mother, but also at the same time is controlling to some extreme degree, and perhaps more than some of the jurors are willing to accept.
Carl, to you, there's a question from Tornado Artist on the screen. How does this affect charging Wendi, if they're even considering that, since she is reading prior info? Oh, and I have you muted again. That is my fault. You're good to go.
I'm not really looking at it in terms of what she said that can be chargeable or not. What I'm looking at it in terms of, like, I'm sort of hoping that I'm going to hear more details about the relationship she had with Dan. And if you recall, in her previous trials, she was talking about the relationship with Dan. And I know she said before that she never loved him, and so she married a guy she didn't love him. So I think if you show more of her talking about Dan, the jury's really going to pick up on the fact that there was such hatred that she had towards him. And then the follow-up I would have liked to seen on the dedicated grandma. I mean, if you had Georgia go into the fact that these kids have been denied all these visitations over the years to the Markel grandparents and the whole family tree up in Canada, then I think that'd really bring about a lot of scathing
I've got a copy of, I think,
revealing of what Wendy's really about here.
The question I was asking her that Mr. Rashbaum
Back live to court proceedings.
about her forwarding something to 12 people, which that was not in the exhibit. But he does have a copy of the exhibit now. I did not introduce into evidence the email forwarding, so I think we're on the same page.
All right. Ms. Adelson, come back in, take the witness stand. Also, you can be seated. I also have to let the court reporter get set. She is the woman of the hour. Please bring in the jurors. Also, whoever's phone had the frogs or crickets or whatever that was, turn it off. Definitely not while we're all here.
And Wendi Adelson is back in the courtroom. We are right now just waiting for some court issues, I think, to be resolved. Judge Everett was just telling someone to quiet their phone. Big no-no in the courtroom. Something I have not been yelled at for in life. Could still happen one day, especially since I'm going up to Tallahassee. But we are sitting here and waiting for Wendi Adelson to begin testifying again. I did want to earlier ask Jeremy Mutz, because I didn't get to him, about opening statements. Jeremy, we'll go for as long as we can with you right here, but basically the defense theory today was that Katie Magbana was the mastermind. It was an extortion plot, and she was exacting revenge by going after having Sigfredo go after Dan Markel, which makes next to no sense because he's not even a blood relative. What do you make of those opening statements by the defense?
Well, that's one of the things I suggested the other night on your show is one of the places they could go. To us, it doesn't make any sense. But if you are looking at the 4 or 5 possible things you could do as a theme, as a strategy, I think that's one of the ones they have to use. And it remains to be seen how effective that will be. I do want to say something about Donna. I think if I were Georgia, I would have zeroed in on that email where she said she's going to dress those little boys in Hitler Youth uniforms. If that doesn't say what her attitude was and what kind of person she was, that she hated Dan Markel so much she would dress her grandsons in Hitler Youth costumes, I don't see how. Part of Wendy's strategy is just to minimize everything and to kind of soften everything. And Georgia really has to just zero in on those strong pieces that she has to agree to.
Love this comment, Kathy P. Carl, very quickly, because Wendy's stretching there, getting ready to go back into action. The issues of the Nazi uniforms, I believe, did come up. And at one point, Charlie Adelson, when that was mentioned, he just shook his head and was almost laughing like,
Yeah.
oh my God, crazy mom.
I disagree with Jeremy that she could become sympathetic. She's done so much damage on her credibility and likability that I don't see anything. But Georgia needs to keep going and needs to keep going on these details. And like we said, the name change, also the aspect of how this set her up financially. Keep in mind on the wiretaps, Charlie was complaining to Donna about how this set her up like she's a lotto winner. She don't have to work anymore. It's like she's never had to earn anything that she has handed to her after this murder.
This is a funny comment. Is that juror in the bathroom again? Perhaps that is what we are waiting for right now. Dr. Hamilton, to you and to Carl's point, if you're the state here, you're Georgia Kaufman, are you trying, without being obvious about it, to rattle Wendi into making some kind of egregious mistake on the stand?
Yes, and I think Wendi is worried that she's going to do that. She's very smart woman who does not want to be caught out, and she's afraid she is. So she just is a deer in the headlights sometimes when she's given these documents, because I think her brain is having difficulty reading.
And it looks like whatever the holdup
Councilman,
is.
you can resume your examination.
Here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Is he an older brother or a younger brother to you?
I'm the youngest of 3, so I have 2 older brothers. They're both older than me.
All right, and he's the middle child, Charlie?
That's right.
All right, and are you closer to Charlie or to the other brother?
I'm closer to Charlie.
How much time were you spending with Charlie back in 2013 and 2014?
Not a lot of time. I was in Tallahassee. He was in South Florida.
Did he work a lot?
He worked a lot, yeah.
Did he work at one location or travel around?
He would travel around. He worked at multiple locations.
Was he pretty successful in his job?
Yeah, he came up with a great business model for what he did, and he worked really hard and was very successful.
Was your brother known to carry a lot of cash?
I mean, he had cash on him sometimes. I never saw large sums of cash.
Did you ever see stapled cash?
I never saw stapled cash.
Were you familiar with his practice of stapling cash together in stacks?
No, I never knew about that.
Was your brother Charlie protective of you?
I mean, when I was a little kid.
What
yeah.
about as an adult?
As an adult? I mean, not particularly.
Is it fair to say that during the year or so leading up to the murder of Dan Markel that your brother did not like your ex?
I mean, I don't think he probably didn't like him, but I also think he didn't spend a lot of time thinking about him.
Did he ever like him?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got along fine.
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
No.
I'm going to turn your attention to your law enforcement interview, and I'm referring to page 25, lines 13 through 15. Send me under tab 1. So this tab here.
Okay.
All right, so page 25. You find it?
Yes.
Quote, "It was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV." Is that what he said?
That was a joke that he made, yes.
And hiring the hitman, that was to kill Dan Markel, right? That was the joke.
That was the joke that he made in poor taste, yes.
Not to kill someone else.
No. Well, he never used his name.
Okay. Well, he's hiring you the TV because it's cheaper as a divorce present than a hitman. Who else would he be hitting with the hitman?
I never really thought about it because it was not a thing that he meant. He just made a bad joke.
Well, you repeated the joke, didn't you?
He repeated the joke.
Didn't you also repeat the joke?
To other people?
Yes, like Jeff Lacasse.
I never said that to Jeff Lacasse.
You didn't tell Jeff Lacasse that your brother got you that TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
I may have repeated that joke in the context of the TV, yes.
All right. And who is Jeff Lacasse?
Jeff Lacasse was a person I dated in 2013.
And did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse shortly before the actual murder that your brother really had looked into hiring a hitman?
I did not.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes, sorry, I should have
Yes.
clarified that. And was the TV that your brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
Did your mom text you that morning that the repair guy was coming to repair the TV?
I don't remember that.
Why would your mom have been involved in your TV repair appointment?
Because I didn't purchase the TV. The TV was a gift that my brother paid for, but my mom went and got it and he reimbursed her. So the contract would have been under her name and her number. So when the repair guy was coming, they may have called or texted the number on the account instead of my number.
Okay. And after the murder, do you recall going to a dinner where you got sick at the table?
It was about a month later. And yes, I remember.
Where did that dinner occur? Was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in Miami.
All right. And was it like out at a restaurant?
It was at a restaurant.
All right. And when we say you got sick at the table, did you actually vomit at the table?
I threw up at the table.
All right. And did you ever hear your brother refer to that particular dinner as a celebratory dinner?
No.
Did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse that your brother called that a celebratory dinner?
I did not.
Was that a...
One moment, Ms. Kelley.
Yes, sir.
The objection. Hearsay. Overruled.
Was that dinner a celebration of the murder of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not. That dinner was the first time I left my house after over a month because I was terrified. And if it was a celebration of anything, it was a celebration that I was willing to leave the house and eat a meal.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua, or have you ever met her?
I have met her.
Did you have an independent friendship with her, or did you only know her through your brother?
I only knew her through my brother.
What was her relationship to your brother?
They dated at some point.
Was there anything unusual about her as a girlfriend from your viewpoint at the time?
No,
So she seemed like a typical kind of girl that he would date?
she did.
Did you meet all his girlfriends?
I don't know. I met many girlfriends.
Okay. Did you meet Whitney Kick?
I did.
Okay. And Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And there's a photograph, I'm sure you recall, of you on the beach with Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall when that photo was taken?
I do. It was Father's Day 2014, so 9 years ago.
June 15th of 2014?
That sounds right.
So about a month before the murder?
That sounds right.
Where was this photo taken?
It was in Miami. I went down to visit my dad for Father's Day.
Approaching and showing you what I've marked as states 35. Is this that photograph? And I've attached the data associated with it.
Yes.
Okay. Is fair and accurate copy of that photograph?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence states 35.
No objection. States 35 and exhibit.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Publish 35. Can you okay. Oh, it's just, yeah.
All right, is that you in the center?
That's me.
Which one's Catherine Magbanua?
The one on the left, our left in the picture.
And how long had Ms. Magbanua been dating your brother at the time this photo was taken?
I have no idea.
How many times had you met Ms. Magbanua at the time this was taken?
I think once before.
Okay, how many times did you hang out with her total?
Just these 2 times. Once at the dinner when I met her, and then once at the beach for an hour.
Was the relationship between your brother and Catherine Magbanua serious, if you know?
I don't know. I mean, 10 years ago, was it serious? Not too serious.
It never stood out to you during that time frame as like, oh, this is the one.
No.
All right, so you mentioned you thought Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua. What about June Umchinda? Do you know which one that is?
When you say, do I know which one that is? She's not in the picture.
No, ma'am. You're one of your brother's girlfriends, June Umchinda. Do you know her?
I met someone named June.
Okay, and would you agree that was also after Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, that would have been after.
When did you learn that Catherine Magbanua was blackmailing your brother for the murder of your ex-husband?
Today.
So he never told you?
No.
You testified in Catherine Magbanua's murder trial last year, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And she was convicted.
She was convicted, yes.
Of murder?
Yes, of murder.
Of murdering Dan Markell?
Of murdering my children's father, yes.
A crime for which she apparently is innocent because she was just a conduit for Sigfredo Garcia. Did you learn that today along with all of us?
Well, I learned that someone made that argument. I don't know whether it's true or not true.
Okay. You have no knowledge of it.
I have no knowledge.
In all the years this has been pending.
In all of the years this has been pending.
Your brother has known who killed your child's father, and you didn't know.
I did not know.
Do you know why Catherine Magbanua was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I believe that she worked there.
What did she do there?
I know my brother met her at a dental office, so I'm guessing administrative work of some kind.
Did you ever observe her doing administrative work there?
No.
How did the killers in this case know that Dan Markell was planning to leave town the day after the killing?
I have no idea.
You knew he was planning to leave town the next day, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you convey that information to anyone?
Absolutely not.
To your knowledge, did your brother have that information?
I don't know why he would have known that.
So if the killers were told it has to be done today because he's leaving town tomorrow, we don't know how they knew that.
I have no idea how they knew that.
But it would have to come from someone familiar with Dan Markel's schedule, wouldn't it?
They would have to find out somehow. I don't know how.
Prior to Dan Markel's murder, when were you last in South Florida? Was it this trip that's pictured here?
No, because it was my dad's 70th birthday in early July, so I would have gone down to celebrate his birthday.
Okay, when's Dad's birthday?
July 5th.
How long were you down there for that July 5th trip?
I don't really remember offhand, but my guess is about a week.
Did you see Charlie Adelson on that trip?
Yes. We celebrated my dad's birthday, the whole family and friends, everybody.
Did you see Catherine Magbanua on that trip?
I don't remember if she was there or not.
Did Dad have a birthday party?
Dad had a birthday party.
Was it a big birthday?
It was his 70th birthday.
And was Catherine Magbanua at the party?
I don't remember seeing her there.
Do you remember seeing June Umchinda at the party?
I don't.
Or Whitney Kick at the party?
I don't.
So it could have been any one of them or none of them.
Or none of them. I don't remember there being a girlfriend with him at the party.
All right. So you said the birthday was what, July 5th?
It would have been July 5th.
Okay. And do you know on what day you celebrated?
Maybe his birthday. If it was, I felt like it was a weekend. So maybe if July 5th was a Saturday, then it was on his actual birthday.
Okay. Tell me about the event. Who, you said there were family and friends there. About how many people?
Maybe like 50 people.
What was on the menu?
We had paella.
Were you responsible for securing the paella, or is that your brother's job or someone else?
I didn't arrange it, but I speak Spanish and no one else could communicate with him. So I spent some time helping him. That's why I remember what we ate.
Okay. Did your dad get any big gifts for his 70th?
I don't remember.
Did you, so there was no big lead up and discussion about some big gift that you were involved in, at least?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I gave him a present. I hope I did.
Do you remember what anybody gave him for that birthday?
I really don't.
Was the murder of Dan Markel your dad's big gift?
I mean, that's, of course not. That's a horrible thing to say.
What about what about the grandchildren, getting full unfettered access to the grandchildren?
My
Could that
parents
have been
had
the
full
big gift?
unfettered access to their grandchildren always.
Not when they lived in Tallahassee.
Well, whenever they could come up and see them, they did.
They were 50% of the time with Dan Markel, right?
Sure, but whenever they were with me, they had full unfettered access.
On the occasion that we're talking about, Dad's birthday, was that one of the times that when you came back to Tallahassee, your parents rode with you and then rented a car and drove home in the rental car?
It was.
And how long a drive is that?
It's about 7 hours.
During that 7-hour trip, or at any time when you were in South Florida, was there any discussion of a murder at all?
No, absolutely not.
Any discussion of what to do about Dan?
No.
Any further discussion about bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those strategies?
No, that ship had long sailed.
Any discussion on that trip about the pending motion to preclude your mom from having contact with the kids?
No.
What was wrong with the TV that was repaired the morning of the murder?
I think one of my boys might have thrown something at it. There was like a little crack in the TV.
How long had the TV been broken at the time that it got repaired?
I honestly don't remember.
Could it have been a long time, quite a long time?
No, it could have been. I mean, I would be completely speculating. I don't remember how long it was broken for.
Do you remember who repaired the TV?
Yes, it was called the Geek Squad.
Do you remember the window that the Geek Squad gave you for when they were going to be at your home to do this repair?
I do. I think they said it was 8 to 12 or 9 to 1, something like that.
Okay. Would you agree with me if I told you it was 8 to 12?
That sounds right.
All right. And do you recall what time the repairman actually arrived?
No, but I remember they came on the early side.
Okay. And was the repair done?
No.
Why not?
Because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yeah.
The records indicate the repairman was there for about 45 minutes. Does that sound accurate to you?
Sure. That's my best. Sure.
Why was he there for that long, just to tell you like this thing can't be repaired or it's cost prohibitive to repair? Do you remember?
I don't. My guess is he was there to try to see how he could repair the TV, and then he gave me an estimate, and then I found out what the estimate compared to the cost of a new TV would be.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
The repairman, you're familiar with his statement that you seemed really upset that day. What were you upset about?
I have no idea.
Were you upset that day?
I don't remember being, oh, yes, I was upset that day. I was upset. I remember Danny wanted to take the kids swimming and I wanted to pick them up earlier in the day.
Okay,
And
so nothing to do with the TV.
I don't think so. I probably wasn't that upset about the TV.
Did you ever use the TV as code for the murder?
No.
Did you ever hear your mom do that?
No.
Do you remember on July 13th, 2014, seeing Jeffrey Lacoste at your place on Aqua Ridge? Do you even remember that evening?
I don't remember seeing him at my place because by that point we were kind of broken up. So I don't think I would have seen him at my place.
All right. So on that occasion, you couldn't have told him you wanted to share something with him in confidence?
I think that would be very unlikely. We had kind of broken up at that point.
You couldn't have told him at that time the statement about your brother really did look into hiring the hitman.
I can't imagine I would have said that.
And when did you break up with Mr. Lacoste, or when did the two of you break up?
It would have been end of June 2014.
So not 4 days before the murder?
No.
All right. So end of June 2014 would have been the last time you saw him.
No. I saw him after that. We were talking and kind of figuring out what we wanted to do, but we had gone on a trip to Gainesville the last weekend in June, at which point we had a big argument and I really didn't want to be with him after that. So at that point for me, I was pretty much done, but there were more discussions until it, formally ended.
And when was the formal end?
I remember seeing him that Monday night and telling him I wanted to have some space.
Okay. So 4 days before the murder?
So 4 days before Danny was killed.
All right. And that was that the end of your relationship with him?
When I told him I wanted some space. Yeah.
Okay. Where did you go after the TV repair man left?
After he left, I stayed at the house for a while and I was working on some pieces of writing. I was talking with various friends. I had a friend in town interviewing for a job at FSU. I was making plans to go meet her. The time got too close before her interview. And then I had two friends that I would often meet on Fridays, just kind of last minute. And so we made plans to go have lunch.
All right. So what time did you leave the house to go have lunch?
I really didn't remember offhand, but I refreshed my memory and saw it was sometime around 12:45.
Okay. So it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30.
Sure.
Okay. And did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape. And so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay, and when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right and it couldn't turn, so I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K turn, and kept going.
Was there a roadblock there with?
There was tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay, did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather or maybe a tree fell.
Had there been bad weather that day?
No, but it was summertime and there's electrical storms and trees fall, so that would have been pretty normal for summertime.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the creative preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Danny.
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
Me.
All right. So did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know, but.
Did you attempt to call Dan Markell when you encountered the roadblock?
No, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
Had you talked to Dan Markell or your kids that morning?
My kids know, but that would have been normal. And Danny and I tried to get in touch with each other, but we left. We were trying to figure out where Ben was going to go to kindergarten at the time. And we left voicemails for each other, but didn't get to talk.
Okay. Did he leave you a voicemail message that morning?
He did.
Okay. I asked you earlier about him being scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed. Do you know where he was planning to go?
He was going to New York to see his girlfriend.
The message that he left you that morning, do you remember what he told you in the message?
I mean, I think it was about our son's school.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't really remember.
Okay. Included in that was it included in that message that he was heading to the gym and was going to be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30 that morning?
I really don't remember, but that sounds like it could be what he would leave.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript of that voicemail?
Sure.
Just take a moment to review that and let me know when you're done.
Okay. Okay.
So did he say in that voicemail that he left you what his plans were in regards to the gym that day?
He did.
What exactly did he say about the gym?
About the gym, he said, I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but I'm happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for a walk at school or something like that. Let me know.
Okay. So that particular voicemail doesn't sound very emotionally abusive. Would you agree with that?
No, by this point in time, we were parenting really well and we were doing just fine.
Getting along great.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Move to strike.
I'll strike the comment, Your Honor.
Please move on.
Did you talk to your brother on the day of your ex-husband's murder?
I did.
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So
Okay.
it would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
Does 18 minutes sound incorrect?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably maybe I would have asked him about his work or we would have caught up.
Did you happen to mention Dan Markell's plans to go to New York the next day?
I don't see why I would have.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I don't know if in 2014 I had WhatsApp. Now we use it for all the parent chats at school. So everybody seems to have it, but I don't know if everybody had it back in 2014.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is kind of an app you would use for texting.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had it at that time?
I have no idea if he had it at that time.
Did you ever communicate with Charlie through WhatsApp?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if I had it at that time or if I had it later, I probably would have.
Just not sure.
Yeah.
Did you have any contact of any kind with Catherine Magbanua on the day of Dan Markel's murder?
No.
Did you ever communicate with her through WhatsApp?
No, I never communicated with her at all.
All right, let's talk about, well, you communicated with her on the beach.
I saw her in person, but I'm saying I never texted with her, called her. I never communicated via a device other than in person.
Okay. What about when you were talking to your brother? Did she ever get on the phone and speak to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. I want to talk about where you went when you left your residence on the day of the murder. You tried to turn on to Trescott, and then you ended up where?
I went, I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party. So I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party. So I went to the liquor store, I picked up the alcohol, I stopped, I think I got gas, and then I went to lunch to meet my friends.
And the liquor store purchase appears to have occurred at 12:49 based on the receipt. Do you have any reason to dispute that timing?
No, that sounds right.
Okay. And then from there to the restaurant?
Yes.
And where was the restaurant located?
Mosaic. I actually don't remember. I just remember I would go north on Thomasville Road.
All right.
And so it was,
and is the restaurant where law enforcement came to speak with you and you ended up going with them to the police station, right?
That's correct.
Right. Do you agree or disagree that there have been some financial benefits to you and your boys as a result of Dan's death?
I disagree.
When did you decide to change the names of your children from Markel to Adelson?
So after Danny's murder, there was a lot of news. It just hit the media and there were news stories everywhere. And Nancy Grace on CNN put pictures of my boys with their faces unblurred, just pictures of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I was terrified. And so when they started school, I started school with my last name, thinking that would keep them safe, that they wouldn't be associated with the murder.
Wasn't the Adelson name in the press? Just
It
as
was
much
not in the
as
press.
Markel?
Not yet.
Do you agree that you legally changed the kids' names on July 6th of 2015?
That sounds right.
So it was actually a year after the homicide.
A year after.
When was the last time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
In her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know it was going to happen, but maybe not know the details?
I knew nothing.
Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Do you know who all was involved in the murder?
Well, I learned today, but at the time, no.
Okay. Have you ever privately confronted your brother about his role or possible role in the murder?
My attorney has advised me not to have conversations with anyone in my family about the case.
But you had a close relationship with your brother at the time of the murder, right?
I absolutely had a close relationship with my brother.
And how soon after the murder did your lawyer advise you not to talk to your family about it?
In 2016.
Okay, so what about the 2 years in between? Did you talk to him about it then?
I mean, I talked to him about the fact that a murder occurred, but I guess I don't understand the question.
But you never talked to him about the suspicions you raised in the law enforcement interview that your brother suspected your brother could have been a part of this, right?
I suspected lots of people could have
You've
been
got
a
to
part
pay
of
the
it.
bills
He
right
was one
there.
of the people, right?
While I was talking with law enforcement for 6 hours, terrified out of my mind, I offered them every possible idea I could come up with.
Right. And one of the possible ideas was that your brother could have murdered your child's father.
I didn't
right?
really believe that was possible.
Was part of the plot for you to be able to have plausible deniability about this?
Absolutely not.
Is it better for both you and your brother if you don't know the details of this?
I don't even understand the question that you're asking me.
When did you first become aware that you might be a suspect in this case?
I mean, as the ex-wife, I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markell for your benefit?
I thought, oh my God, maybe if I hadn't divorced him, he would still be alive. Maybe this is my fault because I complained to the wrong person. Maybe Danny gave a student a bad grade and they came after him. I just was trying to think of who possibly could have wanted to hurt him.
But you didn't say any of that before. I mean, the first thing you said was Charlie, right?
I don't think so.
Page 25 of your interview, line 5 through 15. Do you have any reason to dispute? Page 25, not 5 hours into it. You say Charlie might have done it, right?
Can I see, please?
You may. This is going to be tab 1, page 25.
What I say here is that he would never do it. Right under the highlighted part, I say, no, he would never.
Need a copy?
No. Page 25, line 5 through 15. I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in that taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and then I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay or fix it, or whether I should get a new one. And it was always his joke that, like, he knew that Danny always treated me badly. And it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV. So instead I got you this TV. And you do say you don't think he would do it, but can we agree you brought up his name on page 25 of the interview?
I did.
When asked, would you ever ask someone to do something like this? You say not in a million years. When asked, okay, do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you? You say no. And when Isom starts to ask you, what good does it serve? You say, I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie. Isn't that how it went?
This is the transcript, but I think there's also inaccuracies in the transcription.
Oh boy. All right. Do you want the culpable parties held accountable for murdering the father of your children?
Absolutely. I'm grateful they're already in jail.
But not if it's your family.
It's not my family.
I mean, somebody hired them, right?
Not necessarily.
Somebody paid them.
I learned something this morning.
Yeah, me too. You didn't want him held accountable if it was your family members. Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
That's not what I told law enforcement.
What did you tell law enforcement?
I told them that the person who did this should be held responsible and that I had nothing to do with it.
Page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says, regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family, is what
Different
I said.
now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what I
today,
said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions.
Cross-examination.
Judge, maybe we do a sidebar for
Very briefly.
very briefly.
That was a bit of a mic drop moment. Wasn't expecting her line of questioning, Georgia Kaplan, to end that quickly, but Carl Steinbeck, she cornered her right then and there, pulling out the receipts from page 25 of the ISOM interview. What do you make of that exchange?
Yeah, I mean, this whole, since our last break, I mean, this has gone downhill for Wendi and it's gone downhill for Charlie's defense. I wrote it down at 4:48 p.m. It's game over for Charlie's defense, because that's when she said this, the first time she heard about his defense is today. So right there, by that happening, you know this whole thing's fabricated. So it's pretty much game over. And Georgia did great going into all these details, because she just did terribly at these things. You know, the thing about, she didn't even know if the kids made it to the daycare that day, and she denied going down Trescott. She drove all the way down to Trescott to where they had the road blocked, and she made it sound like she just started to turn on Trescott and then right away turned away from there. But there's a gap of like almost 1.8 miles to Trescott from that intersection. So for her to say that she saw squad cars that were that far away is another one of the lies. Also, the financial benefits, saying she didn't get any financial rewards from this. On the wiretaps, Charlie's talking about how she became a windfall, a lotto win.
Examine when you're ready.
All right, we'll continue to listen and get analysis on the flip side. Wendi doesn't look too happy.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Adelson, we've met before, right?
Yes,
We've met 2 or 3 times in our life, right?
that's correct.
We initially met in 2016 after the arrests of the killers in this case.
That's correct.
During that meeting, we had no conversation whatsoever about the substance of this case, right?
That's correct.
We met again in April of 2022 on the day that your brother was arrested, correct?
Correct.
You were at your parents' house and we were figuring out where he was, right?
That's right.
Again, nothing was discussed about the case other than his arrest.
Correct.
In fact, before right now, we have never discussed your testimony at all.
Correct.
Okay. With that in mind, let me ask you the most important question. You're aware that the state has named you as an unindicted co-conspirator in the murder of your ex-husband, right?
Correct.
They believe that you, along with your brother, along with your mom, along with your dad, conspired with those 3 killers, including Katie Magbanua. They believe you all conspired with them to kill your ex-husband. You understand that, right?
I understand that that is what they believe.
You understand they put up a chart in their opening with pictures of all of you.
Yes, I saw the chart.
Ms. Adelson, did you have anything to do with the murder of your brother, of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
It's fair to say the state has it wrong.
Absolutely.
Were you in a conspiracy with any members of your family to kill Professor Markell?
No.
Okay, with that starting point, let's get into your background a little bit. I'm going to try to skip through stuff that's already been done. Growing up, you were pretty close with your parents.
Yes.
Fair to say they were middle class?
Yes,
You went to a public high school.
I did.
You did pretty well in high school, right?
I was valedictorian.
But around a year or two before you went to college, your father was a victim of a Ponzi scheme, correct?
It was actually when I was in 8th grade.
And he lost much of his wealth.
He lost his whole life savings.
You still went to a prestigious college up in Boston, right?
I got a full scholarship.
And then when it came time to go to law school, did you pay for law school?
I got a full scholarship.
Now, you got asked a lot of questions about divorce law in your direct examination. Are you a divorce lawyer?
I am not.
What type of law did you specialize in?
Immigration.
All those filings, and we'll get to them. Did you write those filings?
No.
So the words that Ms. Kappelman were reading, they were for you. You reviewed them, correct?
I did.
Did you draft them?
I didn't draft any pleadings.
That motion for contempt, she asked you if he could be put in jail. You have no idea, right?
I didn't remember whether that's what contempt meant, but
You were just seeking the court to enforce its previous order, right?
that's correct.
Now, remember you said that during these filings, this is the same exhibit, that you thought you talked about some other things and Ms. Kappelman said, nah, it's not in there. Remember that?
I do.
I'm gonna, can I borrow that binder? I'm going to draw your attention. This is State's Exhibit 56. I'm going to draw your attention to page 187. And I want you to read this paragraph for the jury.
Okay. The wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and filed her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as an abandonment of the family. At no time has the wife abandoned the children. She is divorcing the husband due to her unhappiness with him and the marriage, and she only moved out of the home because she knew the husband would not. The husband's statement of abandonment are unfounded and not supported by fact or law. He is simply having difficulty accepting her decision. In fact, he is having so much difficulty that he has told several of her colleagues and friends that she must have mental health issues.
You can stop there.
Okay.
Do you remember telling Ms. Kappelman that you remember filing something like that?
Yes, I do.
You can set it aside. We're going to move on. When did you meet Professor Markel?
We met in Washington, D.C. in the fall of 2004 when I went up to D.C. to interview for a job.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living in Miami.
When did the relationship get serious?
Well, because it was long distance, it kind of got serious pretty quickly because it's a commitment to date someone long distance. So we started dating, and then I think over Thanksgiving, he came and spent Thanksgiving with my family. And by then it felt pretty serious.
Do you recall if you introduced him to Charlie?
I would have at that point. I don't remember introducing him before that time, but he would have met my whole family then.
What did Charlie think of Professor Markel?
I honestly don't remember his reaction, but
Were they buddies?
no.
They really had nothing in common, right?
No, they had nothing in common.
Now, you got engaged pretty quickly. Is that fair to say?
We did. Yep.
And I think you described how you ended up in Tallahassee, how you did your last year of law school in Tallahassee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you had 2 children.
We did.
During the marriage, did Professor Markel get along with your parents?
Yeah.
Now, skipping a little bit ahead, then we'll go back. Do you remember asking Ms. Kappelman asking you about your parents not liking Tallahassee and not having access to the kids in Tallahassee? Do you recall those questions?
I don't remember her asking whether my parents didn't like Tallahassee, but I remember her asking about access, like not having unfettered access to the kids.
And do you remember talking about how your parents were looking for real estate in Tallahassee?
Yeah, my parents were trying to buy a house here.
Do you recall that after you got divorced, they contacted a real estate agent named Tim Kelly to buy that house?
Yes.
During the course of your marriage, I think you said you were close to your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
How often did you speak to each other?
Maybe once a week or a couple times here and there.
Now, in all the years you lived in Tallahassee, is it fair to say that Charlie only came up 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, he came up for the birth of both boys, so definitely twice. And then I think he had an internship or a job in Alabama for a little while, so he came by then, but so maybe 3 times.
Now, you described that there came a time when you and Professor Markel started to have some marital issues.
That's right.
And some of these issues had to do with religion, correct?
Yes.
And some of them had to do with just the fact that you two were growing apart. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
But you got marriage counseling, right?
we did.
How long were you in marriage counseling for?
I think about 6 months, maybe.
Now, as close as you are with your mom, while in marriage counseling, did you tell her you were in marriage counseling?
I don't remember telling her I was in marriage counseling.
And until the end, did Charlie know that you were in marriage counseling?
I don't know if I talked to my family about being in counseling.
Do you recall a time when you and Charlie, you were down in South Florida and you told him that you were having marital problems?
I do.
And what was Charlie's reaction to that?
I mean, he was supportive of me. I remember him saying, life is short. So if you're unhappy, then, you can make a different choice.
Do you recall a dinner at the Melting Pot where you told Charlie that you had decided to file for divorce?
I do.
And when you told Charlie that you were going to file for divorce, did he have anger and hatred towards Professor Markel?
No.
Was he sad because he knew that this was going to affect his nephews?
I don't think he was really sad. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people wondered why I got married to Danny in the first place. And my friends were very supportive when I decided to end the marriage.
Now, you actually filed for divorce in September of 2012. Is that right?
That sounds right.
And when you filed for divorce, let me say this. When you left the home, I think that was discussed in the direct, Professor Markel was out of town, right?
He was. I called him and let him know that I had filed.
You're a non-confrontational person, right?
It is not my best quality, yes.
But you had been in marriage counseling for quite some time before you left the home, right?
Yes.
Before you left the home, did you have a place to live?
I did.
So there was some planning, correct?
Yes.
Charlie had nothing to do with those arrangements, right?
No.
And that's when you moved into the Aqua Ridge house?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Hamilton, very quickly, what's gotten your attention in the last couple of minutes?
Well, I'm still harboring. So I grew up in Florida. I was a police officer in Florida, and saying if you come across a police cordon of a neighborhood and you assume it's a tree
Do you
down,
recognize the email addresses on this?
We'll pick it up.
Document?
I do.
Is that your email address in July of 2012?
It was my work email address, so that makes sense. That must have been my email.
Does this look like an email that you could have received from your mom?
It does. I don't remember this email, but it does look like an email I could have received.
Judge, I would move this into evidence as Defense Exhibit 1 at this time.
There are no objections.
Objection, hearsay.
Approach. Please bring the exhibit with you.
While they're taking a super quick break, and introduce you to David Latt, who just joined us, a legal blogger, legal scholar, went to law school with Dan Markel. Welcome, David. It's kind of a strange situation because we did not anticipate Wendi testifying today and it going this long, but we appreciate you being here. I know you had a chance to watch opening statements. You're a lawyer. I'm not. You went to Harvard. I didn't. Could you follow the defense openings? What do you make of them?
The defense opening is very. Just a point for the record, I should clarify. I went to college with Dan, not law school.
Okay.
But we did know each other for a number of years before his murder. So yes, the defense opening left me scratching my head. I did not see the extortion theory coming. There were a lot of theories, I think, about what the defense was going to try and do. So that, I think, sort of came out of the blue. It doesn't really jive with the evidence, but you never know. Juries can be unpredictable. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, and then it kind of came back to bite them in the behind, meaning Rashbaum and Wendi, because on the stand at 4:48, Carl Steinbeck timestamped it. She said she'd never heard of this until today, till this very moment. How detrimental is that to the defense that they are now admitting Wendi never knew about this extortion plot? And it's been over 9 years till this very moment, till about half hour ago.
It doesn't look great. It makes it look like this was something that they concocted because they had nothing else really to do. Now, Wendy's argument was, well, my attorney told me not to talk to any of my family members about this, so that's her claim. But I think it's not going to sound great to the jury.
Yeah. Dr. Hamilton, I had cut you off a little earlier, so I'd like to get back to you just to finish out your thought about the cordoning off of Trescott.
Yeah, so kind of the idea is Florida residents, when they come.
Oh, keeps happening. We'll get to you. Don't worry, Dr. Hamilton. We will get to you, I promise. Let's just see what else Mr. Rashbaum has for Wendi here.
This is an email between your mom and you in July of 2012, right?
Yes.
And just pointing to just under paragraph 2, I just need to know that I can legally take my children and move to another location. There was concern that you wanted to make sure that you weren't breaking the law, right?
Correct.
What can I legally remove from the house to the new location? There was concern that you wanted to do everything within the law, right?
Correct.
Now, we've heard a lot about this TV already. So let's just clear this up right now. Charlie bought you the TV, right?
Yes.
More precisely, Charlie had your parents buy the TV and he paid them back.
Yes.
And they bought the TV from Best Buy, right?
Yes.
Have you ever bought anything from Best Buy?
I'm sure I have.
When you buy from Best Buy, they always try you to get the Geek Squad warranty, right?
Yeah, they do.
And people like me always fall for that, right? But when you call and you need a repair on the TV, it's got to be registered to your name, right?
I think so.
Do you know if the Geek Squad was registered to your mom and dad?
I don't know offhand, but if they're the ones who bought the TV, then they probably bought the, Geek Squad policy that went with it too.
If I showed you the receipt, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't really have an independent recollection, so I don't think so.
We'll come back to that. Now, Charlie made that joke many times, right?
He did.
He never told you he actually looked into hiring a hitman, right?
No.
Did you think he was serious?
No.
By the way, the state has you as a co-conspirator with Charlie Adelson, right?
I believe so.
But they also have you, according to them, blurting out during an interview that your alleged co-conspirator did the murder. Does that make any sense?
I don't understand the
Let
question.
me rephrase. They have you guys as co-conspirators. They think you did a murder together, right?
I think so. That's what they believe.
If you did a murder together, why would you have blurred out a statement like that?
I clearly would not.
Do you know if Charlie repeated that joke in March of 2014 when you went to Yardbirds with Jeff Lacoste?
He may have, if I was mentioning the TV was broken or something like that.
Do you know who else was at that dinner?
Katie.
During your divorce, you spoke to your mom daily, probably, right?
I would usually call my parents on my way to drop kids at school. We'd have a short conversation. So that sounds right.
And it's fair to say that your parents were involved in some of the decisions that you were making in the divorce. You were asking their advice.
For some of the time.
Did you often speak with Charlie about what was happening in the divorce?
Not too much, no.
But fair to say Charlie was supportive of you, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was always supportive of me.
Is Charlie kind of self-centered?
I don't think so.
At the time of your divorce, though, he had a lot going on in his life.
I mean, his life was going great. He had a great business. He always had lots of girls. He had friends.
In July of 2013.
Correct.
How did you feel after it was settled?
I felt better. Felt a sense of relief that we could just move on with our lives.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about this relocation issue. Isn't it true that your attorney told you that there was very little chance for you to win that motion?
I believe so, yes.
Where were you working in Tallahassee? Let's go backwards, actually. In 2007, when you were married, where were you working in Tallahassee?
At that time, I would have been working at the FSU Center for Human Rights.
And you were lobbying for anti-human trafficking legislation?
I was primarily representing victims of human trafficking, but I did a little bit of lobbying too.
But the funding for your job ran out and you lost your job, right?
Yeah.
At the time of the divorce, you had gotten a job at FSU. What was that job?
At the time of the divorce, I was adjunct teaching a few classes at the law school, and I had a number of different jobs at FSU, but by that point, I was probably running something called a medical legal partnership, where I would work with the law school, the medical school, and the social work school to help the students work together to try to help solve legal problems that clients had.
Did you like that job?
I did, yeah.
So if you liked the job so much, why were you looking to relocate?
I mean, relocation was not a big issue for me. I probably never would have thought of it. A friend suggested it to me that it might be helpful. Maybe I would get more time with the kids if I could relocate. But I wasn't really focused on it. I didn't think it would happen, and I was pretty happy being at my job.
Now, you were a non-tenured clinical professor in that job, right?
That's right.
It meant that you could lose the job at any time. Is that fair
Sure.
to say?
Mm-hmm.
And you were, you had a lot of responsibilities now being divorced, even more responsibilities with the kids.
Sure.
And you were offered a job at a prestigious law firm in Miami. Is that fair to say?
I was, yes.
And that job was going to have a pretty big salary increase.
Yes.
And it was going to give you an opportunity for more stability. Fair enough?
Yeah.
You were also going to have the benefit of family
Sure.
in South Florida who could help you with the kids, right?
Yeah.
Now, even with this relocation request, was it ever your intention for Professor Markell to be absent from your boy's life?
Never, no.
Okay. When you lost the relocation motion, I think it's fair to say that your mom and dad were pretty upset.
That's right.
It's fair to say that your mom came up with some crazy ideas.
Totally bonkers, yes.
We saw the email about conversion of the kids, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you ever do any of that?
No.
So you never dressed the kids up, you never baptized them, you never took a picture of them?
No.
Did your mom keep bugging you to do any of that stuff?
No, I think it was just one crazy email.
By the way, in all of these emails, did your mom ever tell you to do something violent
No.
to Professor Markell?
No.
Was there ever any discussion of threats of violence in any way?
No, never.
Mr. Rashbaum, I'm going to let you to ask one more question, and from there, we're going to go into recess for the evening, but your examination of the witness will go into tomorrow.
Have you ever heard of the Prof's blog?
Sure.
Remember those questions that Ms. Kappelman asked you about how people could know about Danny traveling on the weekend of his murder? Remember those questions?
I do, yes.
Would it surprise? What is the Prof's blog?
It was a blog that Danny started with some friends to talk about the law and legal theories and to kind of have conversations in space with other law professors.
I'm showing you it's marked as Defense Exhibit 2. And this will be quick, Your Honor. I promise.
I was going to say, we went from 1 to 5 real quick.
It'll be quick.
Please show your exhibit to the witness.
Does this look like a posting from the Prof's blog?
It does, yes.
Judge, I admit Defense Exhibit 2 into evidence at this point in time.
Any objections to the state?
I'd like to take a look at it first. Your Honor.
Okay, go.
You don't have to approach. We're going to handle this without the jurors.
I'll ask it one last question, and then we can, if you would, we can handle.
One means one, not five.
One means one. Do you know if Professor Markel would frequently post his travel schedule on his Prof's blog?
He would post it on his Prof's blog and on his Facebook.
That's my one question, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, we are going to go into recess for this evening. The examination of Ms. Adelson will continue in the morning. The instruction that you've received from the beginning of jury selection and throughout, I'm going to repeat it once again because it is important. Do not discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Do not look at any news reports. Do not seek out any information about this matter. You are to report at the same time that you were today, 8:30, and we will get started by 8:45, assuming everyone is on time. Also, when we come out of these breaks, because you have to move as a group, if you can go to the restroom as expeditiously as possible, it will not hold up moving on. All right. Have a good night.
Leave your notepads face down on your chairs.
And there you have it, a crazy first day. Space Coast, we can lose the picture here. We're just give it 1 second, Space Coast. Let's just see the height differential there between Daniel Rashbaum's significantly shorter than Charlie Adelson. But he is standing for Judge Everett and the jurors as they exit. Charlie, a lot of people notice him blinking quite a bit. Let's see if there are any further instructions here from Judge Everett before they dismiss for the day here. Let's just hang tight for 1 second. Looks like they have, that is not us. It looks like they have killed audio. Space Coast, let's lose the picture. Let's get to our guests. They've been here all day. Dr. Hamilton, they're in a recess till tomorrow. Dr. Hamilton, we were trying to get your point across a few times, kept getting interrupted. So let's get back to what you were saying. And then we'll kind of go around the horn, getting everyone's take here. And Tim Jansen supposed to join. I don't know if he will, but let's go ahead, Dr. Hamilton.
So my point was not a legal one. It's just as I grew up in Florida, was a police officer in Florida. And so just her statement that when she was coming around the corner and saw a roadblock with police tape, she assumed it was a tree down. That just did not resonate with me as a Florida resident, that would be your first assumption. Florida has many good qualities, but the quickness of services to go to a tree falling down and closing off roads would not be one of your first assumptions, particularly when there was not a weather event. So I'm just thinking those jurors are going to say, what? Why would you assume that? And then also, she had not known whether her children were correctly dropped off at school. So if you were a mother, you would say, oh, I need to make sure that they were able to get out and get to school. And so she would have, normal person would probably have called the husband. Anyway, I just want to also just note is Notice the tenor of this trial is very different than others. The attorneys on both sides have decided not to do many objections. So listeners would see a lot of jury trials where one or both of the counsel would make a lot of objections, and for whatever reason in this trial, both sides have not, which I find better because it's easier to track and it's not as irritating.
Is that something that's calculated between the defense and the state? Do they say to each other, let's not object as much, or is it just playing out that way, Dr. Hamilton?
I imagine that could happen sometimes, but no, I think it's more the personality of the litigators in there, and also their perspective of how well is that going to play with the judge and how well is that going to play with the jury. And so my guess is that both sides have determined that that would not play well with either the judge or the jury. And so it probably individually decided. I kind of doubt they have agreed on that.
So David Latt, back to you, and then we'll go kind of in around the horn in the opposite direction next to Jeremy Mutz. But I just took some notes on Wendi in general. When she came out of the box today, began answering questions, I noticed a visible shake in her voice. At one point, when Charlie first made eye contact with her, he almost started to tear up. That was the most emotion that I saw. Notably, as STS Nation has made me very well aware, she is wearing a different dress today. I don't know if we would talk about that if it was a man wearing a different suit. What do you make about these observations that people, and these are the jurors potentially, that they are making, these first impressions?
Well, I think that the observation about her attire is interesting and maybe would have been made if we were talking about a man, because what she did for her first two trial testimonies was she wore the same outfit. And I think a lot of us thought that she was trying to get people to think, if they happen to be flipping through things, oh, this is the old trial, this is the first trial. If we had a man who wore the same tie at both times, I think we would have also said, oh, look, he's wearing the identical outfit. I think she was trying to get people to just kind of ignore her testimony or pass over it. So I did notice that this time around, she was not wearing the same outfit a third time. Maybe she had noticed or had heard that people had sort of called her out on it. She always seems to act like she never pays attention to anything, and she never talks to anyone about anything related to this case. But I do find that hard to believe, and I suspect she probably heard that people were commenting on her wearing the same outfit for both of her trial testimonies.
Shout out to Dom's mom giving us a super sticker. Greatly appreciate that. Look at this. STS Nation taking notice. Yay, Tim. Tim is in the house. Tim Jansen, you're back in that dark hole. I saw you very gingerly sitting down. How are you feeling, Mr. Jansen? For those who do not know, famed Tallahassee defense attorney Tim Jansen took a spill on his bike, cracked 5 ribs. Tim, how are you?
I'm in the only chair that I can sit in, so it's a little sore. Better standing up than sitting up and down.
Tim Jansen, you're one of the better legal minds, especially out of Tallahassee. And now I am wondering why Charlie Adelson did not hire Tim Jansen, because the opening statements by the defense, I couldn't follow him, to be honest, to be perfectly honest. Bits and pieces, but he threw me for a loop. Maybe that's what he was going for. What did you make of defense opening statements?
Well, when you do a defense like that, you normally wouldn't expose it that early in the case so that the government has the opportunity to prepare for it, get rebuttal witnesses. He probably should have limited it, did his limited cross, and then towards the end, or in his case in chief, come up with this theory. He put himself on the edge of a rope. He basically has to call his client now to testify. I don't know how anybody else could testify. He's claiming that this Katie McDonald, who's got no credibility, no means, no income, and she was the mastermind. I just have a hard time believing that a jury is going to buy it. And we'll see. I think it was a mistake to hire this high-priced jury consultant. The jury consultant didn't even stay. He left, and the jurors are going to see that. Rashbaum's got no relationship with this jury, and the first thing he stands up is to ask them to create this crazy scenario where it was an extortion, not a murder for hire.
Tim, that's an interesting point. We talked about this. You've got the To me, Rashbaum is a likable guy, but he is from Miami, an outsider. But then you have Dubin, Josh Dubin, who is a New Yorker, and I'm from 30 miles outside New York, and I can say this: New Yorkers can be smug and arrogant, and he kind of comes across that way. Do you think the jurors are noticing that the guy who questioned him is now gone? These guys have deep pockets; they're paying for specialists to come up. Is that something that jurors notice, Tim Jansen?
Of course, they notice. They notice everybody's sitting at that table. They notice when they leave. They notice when they grimace. They notice everything. They're watching. All they can do in that chair is sit and watch and listen. So they perceive everything that's going on. You'll be surprised.
Look at the love. Mish in South Africa, Cape Town, South Africa. Tim. When I get up there Sunday, Tim, I'm bringing you a light. You're too handsome to be sitting in a dark hole, but I know you've got 5 cracked ribs. So all is well in the world except for your ribs. Let me get to Jeremy Mutz. He hasn't spoken much today, and then we'll get back to everyone else. Jeremy, I actually circled I have 4 mic drop moments for me in this. We'll go through them kind of one at a time. The most obvious one is the one that and Jeremy, I'm seeing half your face. Just maybe we can get you framed up a little better. Just I want people to see that handsome face of yours. But the obvious one is Wendi admitting on the stand that she just learned about this extortion plot 9 years and however many months later. What do you make of that, Jeremy?
Yeah, I think that hurts. And I think Georgia is kind of like a really good heavyweight boxer. She seemed to kind of plod along the first 3 or 4 rounds and then just had those devastating hits with Wendi there at the end, especially the last 20 minutes. It's not insurmountable, though, because all the defense has to do is create one reasonable doubt that creates some traction, and they can still believe that this extortion plot occurred and Wendi was walled off from it. So I don't think it's fatal for the defense that they're trying to prepare. I think it is a setback. I think it's one of the things that, will probably make the defense something that the jury doesn't accept, but it's not fatal to it.
This question is interesting, David Latt, and then we'll bounce back over to Carl Steinbeck and back to Dr. Hamilton. But from I Am Not T-Pain, one of our awesome moderators, is a jury, and Tim just said they notice everything, going to notice that she has selective memory. So during the questioning from George Kappelman, she couldn't recall a lot of things. The minute Daniel Rashbaum got up there, she knew everything. Is that the sort of thing that not only do jurors notice, but does the defense attorney need to caution her because it is so obvious?
I did notice that she answered Rashbaum's questions with much more alacrity than she did with Kappelman's. With Georgia's questions, she always seemed to be kind of looking to quibble with one thing or the other or disagree with the premise. And then with Rashbaum, she just kind of was like, yes. And with dates, for instance, she would say, oh, that sounds about right. She was a much more pliant witness. I think the jury will notice that. I don't know that the defense counsel would necessarily tell her to tone it down, though, because they probably like how smoothly their examination is going. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting. On the one hand, I think that the defense theory is a bit ridiculous, but there is always a small part of me that gets a little nervous because of what happened in the first Katie Magbanua trial, which ended with a hung jury, even though the evidence back then, as it is today, was pretty devastating. So part of me is always a little nervous if there's just enough to muddy the waters. I do agree with Tim that by laying this theory out so early, the jury will expect to hear from Charlie. And he did give the prosecution the opportunity to now ask witnesses, as Georgia did with Wendi, what's your thought on this theory? Have you ever heard of this theory? And that also is damaging for the defense. But again, there's always a small percentage of me that's just really paranoid.
I'm with you on that. And I think I get that from my mom, a trait that I inherited from her. Dr. Hamilton, I'm not sure if Carl, we can't see your face, so I'm not sure if you're there, but Dr. Hamilton. Here. Okay. Are you hiding that handsome face for a reason?
I don't know why the camera quit feeding. Something's up, but
yeah,
I can see okay.
See if you can go to settings and click on that camera, but I'll come back to you. But
I tried it already. Didn't work.
All right. Dr. Hamilton, those final moments between Georgia and Wendi on the stand, that was, what Court TV dreams of having on their air every day. She cornered her. I'll be honest, I don't remember the exact exchange because I had brain fog at this point, but she was basically catching her in a lie related to not knowing about, her brother's involvement. It had to do with whatever was on page 25 there of the interview between her and Detective Isom. My question to you, though, is should she have kept going with that? Should she have kept digging? It was a very abrupt but a very powerful moment to end on.
Yeah, so I was also wondering, I thought she didn't go for the jugular per se, and maybe that will work well with the jury about not overly embarrassing this woman who's, was the mother of the children and this, the victim's children and all. So maybe that was calculated not to look so heinous. But again, somebody had mentioned that she may do that on cross. I do think that Wendi, so at least from my perspective, is when she's answering certain questions that are easy, like dates, like when her father's 70th birthday is, she looks very different. She looks comfortable, calm. And when she's answering other questions that may go badly for her brother or for her, her demeanor and her face and all looks much more nervous and complicated. I think she's going to have a very difficult night. She's going to go through her head, I believe, she's a smart woman, of all the things that she regrets saying, and she might well then calculate how to correct it tomorrow. Because what you also notice is she doesn't simply answer the question posed, is she has an agenda. So she will turn it into what she wants to say, and so probably she will build in tomorrow her trying to resurrect things that she has, she thinks tonight she did incorrectly and want to correct the record by, doing what a politician does, is not necessarily answer the question posed, but to put out there the information that you want.
Carl, are you with me?
I'm here.
All right. So the moment I was just talking about, I went back in my notes. This to me was mic drop number 3. And this was when they had Wendi look at testimony between she and Detective Isom, the investigator. And George's basic line of questioning was, I thought maybe, did you think maybe if you had to, she said, I'm sorry, Wendi says, I thought maybe if I hadn't divorced Dan Markel, he'd still be alive. And then basically is questioned about, did you ever say that Charlie could have done this? She says flat out no. And that's when Georgia turns to page 25 of the interview from Isom. Charlie at that point just waves his hand like, oh, I'm caught. And when Wendi is caught in this lie, she says that there are inaccuracies in the transcript, which just sounds reeks of desperation. What did you make of that exchange? And then I'd love to hear that from both Tim and Jeremy too.
I mean, you picked up on that, Joel. I mean, this is stuff that the jurors are going to pick up on, and they have 12 of them when they get back in the jury deliberation room to look at all these things. They probably took a lot of notes down, and that lie or another lie about whether she was visited the crime scene or not. I would like to see him ask about why are you denying visitation, because I think that's one of the things that makes her look the worst. The way her mother was treating the kids and whatnot for visitation as well. So I think also her closing her eyes so much. If you notice the real zinger type of questions that Georgia poses to her, a lot of times she's squinting and closing both eyes at the same time. That's a common sign of lying. And like a lot of the commenters here today said, she looks very calculating, has selective memory. And I thought it was interesting when Rashbaum asked her, like, we've never talked before. I've never had you for a deposition, that kind of thing. Well, of course, he doesn't have to do that because the attorneys can exchange that. So she looked totally rehearsed. I think she had the whole list of questions to go over with John Laurel ahead of time. So she looked ready to go. None of these questions were a surprise to her. So in the end, I think she could have gone many more hours talking about all the lies, all the motives with her and her family. But in the end, that 448 mic drop is the end of the game for Charlie, because Wendy's not on trial, keep in mind. It's just Charlie right now. And Charlie's the one that he's concocted this scheme that Katie McBanois came up with, this great, awesome scheme to extort money. And then he doesn't even tell his closest sister about it. So it's right there. The jury's just going to look at this whole thing as a smoke and mirrors waste of time. And so I think she got what she needed to out of this witness. This is the best surprise out of the whole trial so far.
Jeremy, much want you to pick up on that as well. I mean, you saw the ferocity of Georgia Kappelman in action. She, had Wendi on the ropes there, basically lying about having never said that Charlie could have been responsible for this, when she in fact said that. Should George have gone at her even harder, or is she reserving that for cross? And then we'll get Tim's take.
Lies convict more people than the truth, and I think that the point that you made is very devastating, particularly when you couple it with Wendi denying the statement to Jeffrey Lacoste. When Mr. Lacoste testifies, that's going to further erode her credibility. So I think it was devastating. As an attorney, you're taught from almost day one in law school, never ask that one question too many. So I can see why Georgia stopped where she did. I think she made some very good, very devastating points. For one, only Wendi knew Dan's schedule. She was the only one in a position really to convey that schedule to somebody that could potentially do him harm. So I can kind of see why Georgia stopped where she did.
Tim Jansen, you know Georgia Kappelman well. You live in Tallahassee. Her performance today, how do you grade it? Should she have kept going there, and what she can do on the cross?
No, she knew when to hit. Georgia's very, very experienced. She's probably watching that jury's reaction. She got the point she wanted to make. My question is, what law school and college would give full scholarships to somebody that doesn't know what a contempt proceeding is and doesn't know you can be held in jail for contempt? She comes across as a liar. Rashbaum's whole defense is that this is a beautiful family, educated family. We're good people, and we got extorted. Now she's up there lying and dancing around. She didn't help the case. They're not going to find her credible. They're not going to be credible that she didn't talk to her brother through the lawyers. It's just, you can't sell it. You can say it. Doesn't mean you're going to sell it.
I could start a dating site as well. In addition to this, Mish in South Africa, Jeremy Mutz, she loves your voice. Link me up, Joel. She says it's a velvety Southern voice. So maybe I have two businesses in one here. Maui Swift, friend of the show, brilliant panel. David Latt, let me put you on the spot. You're a bright legal mind. What defense would you have come up with? Because this one does not seem to be flying. If you were representing Charlie Adelson, what would you say?
I have to admit, and maybe this is sort of a backhanded compliment to Rashbaum, like, what's that old saying? You can't make chicken salad with chicken, excrement. Like, I mean, this is kind of like a Hail Mary, but I don't really know what alternative he had. I think that you can have sort of two approaches to a defense. On the one hand, you can have an alternate theory that sort of ties together the same prosecution facts, but you have a different explanation for them. Or you can just sort of hammer on the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't have any direct evidence. It's all circumstantial. And I think that I personally prefer having an alternative theory, but only if the theory actually holds water. So I don't know if this theory is going to hold water, and maybe he would have been better just being that sort of little gnat, always hammering at reasonable doubt. But look, he's in a tough position. I would not want to be in his shoes. I would not want to have this case and this client. So, cut him some slack. To anyone who's going to sort of criticize his tactics, I guess my question is, what would you have done?
Yeah, well, I'm going to criticize it right now, right on that note. And I'm going to come back to you. So not only did he say it was extortion, he said it was double extortion. And the way Carl explained it to me, basically that FBI bump, he's blaming, that as being a secondary extortion. So he's kind of doubling down on all this. Should he have just quit while he was ahead and just said that it was the Katie Magbanua extortion here? Because the other one is even more unbelievable.
Well, I think the problem is that the bump and the recordings are some of the best evidence from the prosecution. And you'll notice that Dugan hit that pretty hard in her opening. So he kind of had to go there, but I think he's going to have a difficult time. And the other thing I noticed from his opening is he didn't really come up with any explanation for the Dolce Vita recording. He just kind of hinted at something like, well, I'm going to show you the real recordings, or I'm going to show you all the recordings, or something like that. But he didn't really have a good explanation for those recordings. And again, I think it's because there isn't a good explanation for the recordings. So again, I'm really interested in seeing what he's going to come up with.
Hey,
David,
Joel.
I think his entire defense is going to be the Dolce Vita. I'm pretty sure he's going to have those inferences made, and he's carrying his water with the Dolce Vita tape. And that's the strongest evidence and the money that the state has.
Tim, I want to get Tim real quick. Hang on one sec. STS chief, everything is very important. Our mods have been modding for 8.5 hours. It's been a monstrous day. We were not expecting this. So huge thank you to all of them. Gen X Granny, I'm Not T-Pain, and all of STS Nation for joining us. Let us know if you enjoy this trial coverage. I think we are going to stream the rest of the Charlie Adelson's trial. We will not be doing live analysis like this, except for the big days. Obviously, when Charlie, if he does, when he takes a stand, and any other big names, we will do that. And thanks to our best guest, obviously, for jumping in there. Tim, what were you just saying? I've completely forgotten my train of thought, Tim.
I think Dan's biggest piece of evidence he's going to hone in is going to be the Dolce Vita. And remember, he said the first layer, the second layer. He said it's not the first layer, it's the second layer, meaning it's not. And he's got damage evidence against him. It's really bad. So he's got to have an answer for everything. He threw out the answer for the money, right? He knew he was going to be buried with the money and stapled money. So now he says if he has an extortion where he's paying extortion, well, that takes the money play out of it. That's all good and fine and dandy, but you can't play that card so many times that all these things line up perfectly for you. You have no wiggle room. You have no other alternate defense. You played your cards, and now Charlie's got to testify. They may call Katie, but I don't know. It depends on how Charlie does on direct and cross. They may not, but then they may have to. Georgia may have to call her in rebuttal.
Yeah, Dr. Hamilton, to that point, and then we'll go. Carl, did you have something? I'm sorry.
I just was going to say, it seems part of the ridiculousness of this whole defense is that he doesn't go to the police when he's supposedly extorted by Katie, yet he's willing to go kill the cop that was the undercover guy. So suddenly gets this bold killing mentality. It just doesn't make any sense.
I love it because Carl almost sounds disgusted when he is saying that. Dr. Hamilton, to you, the notion that Tim brings up is an interesting one because when they brought in Josh Dubin, high-powered jury consultant from New York, some of the line of questioning was along the lines of, have you overheard a conversation and thought you understood it, but in the end you really misunderstood it, which is kind of setting up what I think Tim is suggesting, that what we're hearing on the Dolce Vita tapes is not really what happened. Do you agree with Tim that they're going to go down that road, and is that at all believable?
Yes, they will. But by then, the jury probably now is, number one, wondering what happened to that guy. Where did he go? And nothing today has really circled back to why he was asking that question. So they'll probably just be confused about that. But I also think in terms of, I wanted to bring up the really odd defense strategy. I know we've said, pointed out other oddities of it, is not having told Wendi that of what their argument was going to be. And so I think that's why we saw her so different on the stand at the very beginning, being really taken aback and confused, is she was just shocked. And so I don't understand why, because clearly they want to play her as sympathetic and a good witness for the defense, is they set her up not to be, because she was absolutely shocked, or at least it seemed to be that she really had not been prepared for that. So that's really curious.
Jeremy Mutz from Nettie Daniel, and this is a super sticker, so thank you. Why didn't they just pull up the police interrogation video regarding Wendy's comments about who may have wanted to hurt Dan? I agree in a way that's always better to see it than hear it. And then she was able to, use this transcript excuse. You're the legal expert. What's your take?
Well, it's just more cumbersome to do that in court. A transcript is much less unwieldy. In hindsight, it might be something good to have a short video clip available. But I think that was more suitable for the moment. I would throw this out there for the reason Wendi was not, briefed on what the strategy is. There may be a little bit of a calculation there, because you don't want Wendi to be seemingly on the same page, and then you don't want Georgia to cross-examine her that you've testified twice before and you've never said anything about this extortion. So again, like they walled her off originally, allegedly, for her involvement, they'd wall her off again if this is the strategy. A lot of times, a good defense strategy sometimes is to make a simple case complex, because the prosecutor always wants to make the case very simple. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a simple case. Defense comes along, makes it complex. And I think that's part of what they're doing here, or at least trying to.
I'll be the judge has a question for Tim. Tim, if this is the story your client gives you, and we don't know that to be the case necessarily, meaning Charlie Adelson to Daniel Rashbaum, and wants you to present the particular story, aren't you boxed into that defense? In my opinion, this defense sounds like one of Charlie's typical stories. Tim?
Well, no, wait a minute now, because you have a jury consultant that's been brought in. I'm assuming that this guy's brought in at the beginning. He may have done focus groups. He may have done mock trials. So they must have done something that they feel this is their best defense. And they did it this way, and they felt maybe this guy did the best thing. Let him do it. He knows, and we're going to sell it. I have clients come to me all the time and tell me stories. I say, hey, listen, if you think I believe that, why would you want to hire me to be your lawyer? Because it's sometimes it's the foolish stuff they tell you. You can't sell. It's not reasonable. You have to have a little more client control. No one's picking on Dan. Dan inherited this case. He's on the case. We've all been in trials where cases are difficult and tough. This is a high profile one. I just questioned some of the tactics he made. And, coming out with that defense in your opening, that's not one of those decisions you're making in the trial that you have to make a split decision. This was a decision that was made before they did openings. So he went with it. Everybody signed off on it. And so he must know where he's going. Maybe the client wants him to do it. The client has the final say. Hope he's got it documented, though, with documents in his client when he says the money did come from Charlie. That's an admission. So he better have that signed off that his client allowed him to do that, because that's what you have to do. You have to protect yourself in these cases.
Tim, I'm not suggesting in any way that this is the case here, but I'm just posing this now hypothetically. What do you do when you just know that your client reeks of guilt? You've got to trudge through the mud, Tim.
Listen, I've had plenty of clients that, I know did something. Your job's not to always get them off. Your job is to prove the government can prove it, or get lesser charge, or get a plea. My job's not, it's amoral. I'm not judging you. You can't judge a guy what they did. Now, some cases I don't like to take, but if they're guilty, you got to give them a defense. And you'd be a violation of the Sixth Amendment and to your bar card if you don't zealously represent your client. Either don't take the client or do what you can ethically to defend his rights.
That's why we live in America, Tim. Love to hear that. Jennifer Williams, super sticker. Thank you so much. This point from Vonda K, Dr. Vonda K to me. To you, David, Georgia does need to be careful regarding her demeanor. I am very pro-prosecution, but juries don't like one side or the other appearing to dominate or spike the football. Your take?
So I'm going to actually push back on that a little bit. I did not think Georgia was really doing that. And I think we've already discussed a couple of instances where she could have pressed harder and she actually held back. There was that one exchange where Wendi said something implausible and you could hear Georgia sort of mutter something like, oh, wow, or oh, boy, like sort of like, here we go. So, maybe there was that aside, but I actually think Georgia's demeanor has been pretty solid throughout, including during some points in Wendi's testimony where she said things that were a bit implausible. Because again, she can always come back when she gets to question Wendi again. She can always come back in her closing statements. She doesn't need to sort of do it all now. So I think she's been fairly restrained. Picking up on one thing that Tim said. So some people often draw this distinction between sort of objectives or goals and tactics. And they say, well, the client chooses the objective or the goal, which is I want to go to trial or I want to plead. But the lawyer gets to choose the tactics. So I suspect that Rashbaum has had a lot of input into this particular strategy. It may have been Charlie who suggested it, maybe when Rashbaum was interviewing him or something. But I do think that he has to take some ownership as the attorney with this particular tactic, because figuring out how you're going to defend a case once the client says, I want to go to trial, that is typically something that the lawyer will do with input from the client. But I would give Dan either credit or blame for this strategy.
Old lady Snoop, Marathon Joel is funny. He's also, if you knew what was going on in my mind, I'm having these, thoughts. I'm like, remember this, remember this, remember this. And then the minute the guest is done speaking, I can't remember what I just told myself to remember. And that is repeating itself. That's what happens after 8 hours. I used to do this, though. I got trained when I was at Fox News. Part of my job was doing all the affiliate hits. There are 200 plus Fox stations. Anytime I would get to a live breaking news story, I would report for all those stations, and I would do it for 14, 15 straight hours, sometimes a lot more than that. Amanda, the Yahoo super sticker, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Jeremy Mutz, one thing that someone mentioned sort of in passing, but it stuck with me. I think it's really interesting. We're all inside baseball people. We follow these cases. We're into true crime. We know the inner workings. We know that Wendi wore the same dress twice. By the way, Tim Jansen famously said, person who wears the same dress is an actor, wears the same because it's a costume. Today, different costume, different dress. But Jeremy, my question to you, look at this. Looks like John Singer's hopping on, but is that possible? But Jeremy Mutz, to you, how careful, as both a prosecutor and a defense attorney, do you have to be to keep in mind that these jury of your peers don't know the story the way they do, or the way that we do, and you start to take things for granted in the narratives?
That's a very good question. And one thing we've talked about this afternoon about the route down Trescott, that is not a shortcut by any means. And I don't think that's clear to the jury so far. It's clear to us because we've talked about that so much over the years that it's kind of in our subconscious. But as a prosecutor or as a defense attorney, you cannot assume. You have to set the scene for the jury. You have to lay these things out so that they get the points that you're trying to make, because sometimes you can live the case so much, it, but then that doesn't translate to what they hear. And that's who needs to hear it. That's what matters, who hears it, not whether we know these facts.
There are a couple, one thing that really kind of bothered me quite a bit. Look at this. The All-Star, John Singer. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
John, opening statements.
Sorry about my outfit. I can hear you.
I didn't recognize you. What was your take today? What was your take on opening statements? I wasn't expecting you.
Oh man, what a day. What a day. Craziest theory I've ever heard in my life. I mean, we've been talking for a year and a half about how he had to go with something, right? He had to come up with some theory. The evidence was overwhelming against him, and we were all sort of speculating on what the theory would be. And he busted out with that, the double crimes on July 18th to 14th, but never told anybody about it. Garcia and Rivera get arrested in 16. He never tells anybody. He never tells anyone in 22 when he's arrested, and he doesn't tell anybody until today. It's the craziest theory I've ever heard. So they'll have a good time with that. Georgia was very snarky with Wendi about the theory. Again, it only takes one dummy on the jury, and hopefully there isn't one, but that theory is ridiculous. I'm glad to see he went with it because it makes no sense.
Yeah, and John, while I have you and I hear, don't yell at your kids, by the way. You're one of those dads, Singer, and I'm becoming one of them myself, so I got to keep an eye on you. But Carl Steinbeck timestamped it 4:48 p.m. Eastern Time on October 26th. Is the first time Wendi Adelson ever heard of this extortion plot. Did that just sink Charlie Adelson right then and there?
That was it. And when they gave that theory in the opening statement by Rashbaum, my first reaction was, what is Wendi going to say? Because we knew she was going to testify and they needed her for the motive. They needed to get in those vitriolic emails from Donna. And I was wondering when Wendi would indicate that she learned about it. And it was apparently today when we all learned about it, which is completely foolish. I mean, it's the jury's going to see right through that. There were a lot of other bad moments for Wendi. That wasn't the only one. And we saw her demeanor change today from lots of swagger in the first two trials to sort of a resignation today. I think that she knows what's going to go down here for her brother. And I think Georgia was she was doing the Carl Steinbeck today. She was building the case against Wendi. Lots of questions were pointedly addressed at Wendi and perhaps for a future prosecution down the road of her. Why'd you drive by the crime scene? Who knew his schedule? They expect us to believe that Rivera and Garcia were avid followers of Prof's blog, that they were somehow following that account to know the schedule. They'd have to prove that one of the three people involved, Katie, Secreto, and Rivera, were somehow monitoring Prof's blog. That's how they somehow ascertained that he was leaving town that day. It's so ludicrous. I was yelling at the screen for hours at a time today. People in my office must have thought I was nuts.
John Singer, I'm gonna keep you on mute. You're welcome to stay or go, but hey, Mona says she did
I'll
not
go. That's all I have to say.
All right, thanks for joining us. Mona says she does not recognize you without your bar. Now go yell at your kids.
Thank you.
All right, that was a great John Singer. Maui Swift. Did anyone pick up when the WhatsApp questions came up with Wendi? She flushed. I saw a couple times when her blood rushed to her face or rushed out of it. What do you think Georgia's strategy is when she brought that up? Carl Steinbeck, you want to take a shot at that? Oh, you're muted, Carl. This time, I think that was...
Yeah, that's a good pickup. That's the kind of thing that Maui Swift picked up on, that the jurors are going to pick up on, and they're going to have a whole lot of these things to go over. And like I say, it's going to be game over for Charlie's defense right there from Wendi. So they basically can thank Wendi for sinking them. It would have sunk anyway, but I mean, your first main witness you're trying to flip for the defense, and she crushed them. So I actually thought when I was listening to this opening that was so hilarious, along with the comments that came in were just hilarious. I was literally crying. I was laughing so hard on a lot of them. But anyway, it seemed like he was winding up with trying to keep a straight face. So he didn't really start unraveling the theory till about 45 minutes in, because it was just so hilariously ridiculous. And so it's like he's building up the courage to come out and say it because he was afraid to have somebody laugh at him or himself be laughing. So anyway, it was really a comical hour, and it just shows you how interesting trials can be, where you really just have a laughter like that, and such a serious trial nonetheless, right? But they just really turned it into a clown show today.
Sadie says, and Dr. Hamilton, I'm going to come to you with a follow-up question here. How does Wendi avoid making eye contact with Ruth Markel, looking right at her? Ruth, she didn't look great today. I think I caught a few glimpses, and she looked very sad, understandably. One of the exchanges where they were asking Wendi about her family and her mother, this was Georgia asking her about Donna, who's this overbearing mother, how she is as a grandmother. And Dr. Hamilton, she says that she's a quote unquote very dedicated grandmother. And that was a gut punch to me, because I know Ruth, and she's sitting in there, and Ruth doesn't get visitation. I don't know to what extent the jury understands that, but how powerful or not is a moment like that?
Well, so several times, even the defense attorney has basically conveyed the Adelson family as very self-centered. So all of them are. So they're portraying her as a good grandmother, entirely ignoring the other side of the family. And that seems to be what they are, and that's been portrayed pretty consistently. And again, even the defense counsel characterized his own client as self-centered. So I think that's what so the jury is seeing that this family has a view to themselves is very different, and their own needs are much more important than anybody else's needs. And they're not seeing that the damage they're doing to the children by preventing them from seeing the other side. And so one of the things I wanted to ask you, you had given us before the demographics of the jury in terms of gender and race, but I was curious about the age, because I think if the jury skews old versus young, that could be very different in terms of how they're seeing grandparent rights. Do you know the age?
I don't think we were given ages. I think we were just given male,
I have it.
female, African American, white. Do we have the? I'm sorry. Do you have it?
Yeah, it's like 30 to mid 50s range
30
for
okay.
everybody.
30 to mid 50s, Dr. Hamilton.
So probably not many of them experienced as grandparents. So yeah, maybe they're not picking up that as much.
Jeremy Mutz from Seamus Donahue. Why was Wendi allowed to sit in the gallery? Both you and Tim had a lot of experience in Tallahassee. Why was Wendi allowed in the gallery and to listen to opening statements and first witnesses?
I don't know. Usually the rule would be invoked and they'd have to wait outside. So I'm not sure what special decision was made in regards to her being in there.
Dan forgot to announce a request for sequestration, and he announced it later. He looked around and then, oh, Judge, I want to, and I think it was too late. She was already in there.
Interesting. One of the things that kind of made me laugh out loud, but was not a funny topic at all, speaking to Carl's laughing out loud, was Georgia starts questioning her, David Latt, about changing the boys' names to Adelson, basically alienating her, them completely from the Markel family. And my ears perked up because I'm a TV news guy. She blamed it all on Nancy Grace. She blamed that entire thing on Nancy Grace. She said that Nancy showed pictures of her young children at the time, faces unblurred. She was so scared because of what Nancy Grace did that she had to change the name. Now, to me, and again, I mean, I know the case, it just comes across as inane, just a crazy thing to say. What do you think of it? And what do you think the jurors think of it, more importantly? Oh, you're muted. I'm sorry. That's a constant.
Sorry. I share your reaction to that, Joel. I don't think that is going to be very helpful. But echoing something that was said earlier, though, I do think the prosecution does have to be careful to connect all the dots because, again, the jurors are not like us. We've been following this case or these cases for years. If I were to quibble with one thing, from the past in terms of the prosecution, I think that at the first Magbanua trial, maybe they were thrown off guard by Magbanua testifying, and I don't know that they maybe connected all the dots as well as they could, whereas on the second one, they did. So I do think that the prosecution has to keep in mind that folks are not on the jury are not necessarily as knowledgeable as all the people here and all the people in your comments, the STS Nation. So I think they do need to be careful to connect all the dots and cross all the T's and dot all the I's.
Tim Jansen, we left, obviously, Daniel Rauschbaum finished his line of questioning. We are expecting Georgia Kappelman on cross.
Mm-hmm.
What are you expecting from her with that?
Well, first I want to say I thought Sarah Dugan did a great job in the opening statement. I think she went back timeline. I think she put it all together. And Sarah's really good at that. She's real down to earth. And the people like Sarah. Sarah's become a really good trial lawyer. I've tried cases with her like 15 years ago. She's really developed. And I thought her opening was very compelling. And they tied it all the way up to the present day. I thought that was well done. Georgia's going to be going through things tonight. She's probably going to have 10 things she's going to hit her with. Might have the documents ready to go. Get her in a pickle again. She might hone in again on this. So this is the first time you've heard about this extortion. Your family is so close, and you talk to your mother and your brother, but this is the first time. Could it be because your brother made this up while sitting in jail for a year with a high-priced jury consultant? And see what she says, and that throws it out to the jury to hear that. they'll probably get an objection, but as you know, it's out there. Jury will hear it. And Georgia's not unlike to do something like that. And she'll, I'm sorry, I'll withdraw it. But Georgia's good. I mean, she's really good.
How long is the cross going to last on Wendi? And is there any chance, Tim, any chance Wendi sticks around to support her brother?
None. She'll be out of there. She'll be rats off a ship. She'll be out of there as fast as possible. John Laura's got the car keys and the car running. He's gone. He's got a case in Atlanta he's got to deal with.
Yeah, called former President Trump. How long is that cross going to last, Tim?
Probably no more than 30 minutes.
No more than 30 minutes, and then she's out of there. This is a funny comment. Bleachers really feel like Joel's missing out by providing key insight into a Jewish upper middle class. You don't want to know my take, but let's put it this way. Vinny Polipan has invited me on Court TV today, I think, because we're relatable. My mother and I are relatable. Sadly, more to the Adelsons, I think, than to the Markel side. But I had a dominating Jewish mother, but my mom likes to say we never got to the murder part. For all our craziness, we're still clinging on to some semblance of normalcy. Dr. Hamilton, and I'd like to get some other people's comments on this. One of the other big, I have these 4 mic drop moments. This is the last one. This kind of flew under the radar, I think. But George is grilling Wendi, and she's talking about her dad's 70th birthday party, which I think was a surprise party maybe, and the gifts. And she says, was your dad's biggest 70th birthday gift the murder of Dan Markel? And she turned bright red. I mean, just bright red. Obviously trying to goad her emotionally. It seemed to work because she looked like a deer caught in headlights. Very defensive, but in I don't know, I guess in an authentic way. She just looked annoyed. How does that score for the jury?
I think it does because it seemed to her that she was sensitive to that, and maybe they were, even though not necessarily celebrating expressly, and I kind of doubt they were, the death of Danny, but they were feeling, my guess is that they were where they wanted to be, where the family was all together and they had the boys there. And so it could have then sparked yes, we kind of were celebrating. We are happy that we're together now and don't have that problem. And so maybe she felt a little guilty and caught out by that. But I also just want to underscore so the point that was brought up in terms of her being surprised about the defense. So Wendi had adamantly said her family could not possibly be involved, which implies that she knows what they could and couldn't do. But suddenly there's this big thing in their lives, the rest of their family, or at least her brother and parents, about the extortion, double extortion, whatever they called it, well, that was present and you were not aware of that. So isn't that indicating you don't quite know what your family is capable or not? So that's a big hole in her protestations about that.
David Latt, someone pointed out the irony that now her son, Donna's son, Charlie Adelson, is living in Tallahassee and could be in that vicinity for a very, very long time. One of the things that's interesting also, Georgia went through a list of names that Donna had called Dan, a-hole, bully, religious zealot. But the entire time today, Wendi is referring to him as Danny. They even, discussed the nickname, the infamous nickname Jibbers. How calculated is that? Does Daniel Rashbaum say, Wendi, when you're speaking about your husband, make sure you call him Danny. Don't call him Jibbers. Don't call him an a-hole. Call him Danny. How important is it to be in character, as Tim Jansen has alluded to, when speaking about her ex-husband?
I would say it's very important, and it also is consistent with what Rashbaum was trying to do in his opening, where right off the bat, he said that the murder of Dan Markel was a terrible thing, was a tragedy, was an awful thing. So I can understand why he's trying to do that, and he wants to be very, very respectful of Dan Markel and his legacy and his family who's present. And so I think that it makes perfect sense for him to take that approach. I agree with you.
Carl, to you from Pizza Driver here. Would you have called the Best Buy guy, the Geek Squad man, about Wendi quipping about her brother buying her the TV? I was Army, Navy, bigger. But Carl, what about that? Would you have actually summoned the Geek Squad guy in there? You're muted, Carl. I'm sorry. Is that me? Let me.
I would have called them just to set the scene on what was really going on in their head that morning. You know, that day was such a critical day, and they're again talking about this hitman supposed joke. So it just goes to show how bizarre this family was acting. So, but I don't see him on the list. I can't remember what his name is, but I don't think he's on the list. But I think for Charlie's sake, it's not as important. I think that's more directed at Wendi, and I think they got so much damage on Wendi today that it's not going to matter in the end. But just to actually just show more and more evidence that would be helpful. But if you don't need it, then I guess there's no harm there.
And Tim, this derivative immunity, what does this mean? I mean, what, if anything, that Wendi said today, could they use moving forward potentially?
Nothing. They can't use anything that she says against her. And if they ever try to use any evidence, they'll have to independently prove to a court that what they got was not derived from what she said on the stand. It's very difficult, the Castigar hearing. Very difficult to do. That's why you don't like to give targets immunity and have them testify. That's probably why Donna and Harvey were not given immunity to testify, because you don't want to have to get in that problematic situation where their lawyer can claim, oh, he had immunity. You can't use those statements. You can't use any of that. So why? I think that one thing I think would really sell this jury, I don't know where the jury's from, if they're actually from Tallahassee or they're in the Leon County area, but you know, that trip that Wendi took to go by the house on Trescott, and then she went to get that bullet. I don't think anybody's really done a video or a map, or maybe I'm wrong, Carl, but to actually show where she was, and then show where she bought the alcohol, and then show where Mosaic, I know where Mosaic is, that would not have been on a direct route. You would not go down Trescott. And that would further amplify, she's just a liar. And I guess it's saying that what they're saying now, that Sigfredo committed the murder and then blackmailed Magbonawa, or Magbonawa was doing this murder and then going to blackmail Charlie. But so who paid for the rental car? Who had the upfront money for these guys to come do this on 2 trips? Katie? She didn't have any money. And the first thing they do when they call halfway, it's done. And I think Katie had said to Louis Rivera, said, we already know, which they wouldn't have known because the press wasn't leaked. It wasn't out at that point. So somebody else had to have told her that the hit took place, and that was probably Wendi.
A few more minutes and we'll get some closing thoughts before I collapse. Sully says, Dr. Hamilton, do you think Rob Adelson will be called to testify? Of course, he is the estranged Adelson sibling, a doctor up in the Albany area. Now, he famously married a non-Jewish woman and was completely ostracized by this family that you just heard say a lot of self-hating things in regards to their own religion. But do you think he gets called in this trial, Dr. Hamilton?
I don't, because I don't know that he knows anything that's relevant to him. He's been on the outside of their kind of inner circle for a long time, and he can't just bring generic character evidence. So I don't see the benefit of that.
David Latt, on that same theme, my mother's a survivor. Donna, according to testimony here, threatened to dress the kids, the Adelson boys, in Nazi uniforms and march them around, wanted to get them baptized. I mean, that really paints an insane picture of this mother. How damaging is that for the overall Adelson picture?
I thought it was definitely very bad, especially in light of just recent events in Israel. And I really did sort of cringe when that came out. And the other thing we have to remember is those of us who've been following this case for years some of us are almost sort of inured to this or jaded because we've heard it all before. But if you're a juror who is maybe possibly hearing some of this for the first time, some of this has got to be shocking. Now, Wendi did try to sort of draw the sting or preempt it, where she says, "Oh yeah, some of the stuff my mother said is pretty bonkers or pretty crazy." So she's acknowledging that. She's trying to sort of diminish it by not denying that some of this stuff is crazy. But it does paint a very damning picture of the Adelson family.
Carl Steinbeck, I think we will begin to wrap up. What was your major takeaway today, and what are you looking forward to tomorrow as this continues? Obviously, the trial got underway in earnest today with opening statements. We're going to hear again from Wendi. Tim says that's going to last no more than 30 minutes. What are you expecting tomorrow? And in your eyes, is this already an open and shut case, even though you're never supposed to say that, but I just did?
I mean, it started out with the collapse failure in the opening statement, the worst statement I've ever seen in all my years. And then you had the big whopper explosion with Wendi saying she's never heard that theory before. And as close knit as that family is, it's the jury can see through that. They got no chance of a win here. And so I think the trial's really going to speed up, and I think that probably they could go to the jury next week still. So,
really, you think it could go that quickly?
There's so many stipulations, and they're just, there's some of the witnesses, a lot of them, they're not going to cross-examine even on the defense. So they've already said they're going to agree to so much of the prosecution's theory. So there's not going to be much cross. So is this going to be on? I think Wendy's going to have a lot of cross. I think maybe a couple other witnesses will, and the rest of them are going to be really zipping right through there. And then I think their other key thing is, remember, Jeff Lacoste, he's going to rebut that Wendi mentioned about the hitman from the year prior in 2013. That was serious. It wasn't a joke, right? So keep in mind that predates him even knowing Katie. So he was wanting to kill Jeff months before that he ever met Katie. So I think that also is going to refute any of this wild theory.
By the way, I'm not the only one. If you see this comment from the COE, the chief of everything, Carl Steinbeck's joining me. I'll be on Court TV tonight at 8 p.m. Lorna McKenzie, I live a mile or two from where Wendi Adelson lives down here, and I can tell you that she's not doing great in this department. She is being a little bit ostracized within her own community. Reports I've heard, her kids are having trouble getting it, although they're very smart and capable. They're having trouble getting into some of the elite schools down here because those schools don't want the drama associated with what is going on. So a difficult situation for those kids. That is why I always think about Ruth during this situation. Dr. Hamilton, I know it's getting late there. You're in the UK, a law professor at the University of Surrey, a former corrections officer from Florida. Your final thoughts.
Amazing day, surprising. Nobody would ever, I don't think anybody predicted what the defense would come up with. I think I agree it's going to go quicker than we thought because everything's being streamlined. So there's not a lot of objections. The judge is everybody's getting through very efficiently, all these witnesses. So it's pretty lopsided at this point, but exciting.
David Latt, do you agree that this could be over a lot quicker than we all think? I'm supposed to go up to Tallahassee on Sunday. I should have gone up this week. The other thing is, that's question number one. Could this end quickly? I found, and I'm not an attorney, I felt like Daniel Rashbaum was conceding a lot of information. Things like, you are an alleged co-conspirator, things of that nature that he was repeating over and over. And I don't know how much of that the jury knows. I'm wondering what the strategy, if there is any, in that. But let's start with how quickly this could possibly end.
I think it could end pretty quickly. I agree with Dr. Hamilton and Carl, especially also I would point out, in addition to not too many objections, there haven't been many sidebars. Sidebars can sometimes suck up a huge amount of time, and they did in some of the past trials, and we haven't had that many, and they haven't been that lengthy. I think the judge is doing a good job of moving things along. One other observation, and apologies if maybe this was observed earlier. I wasn't able to listen to all 8 or so, however many hours. I was really struck by Charlie because his face, his demeanor, he looks terrified. I actually thought he would be either impassive or defiant. He looks scared, like he looks abjectly terrified. I mean, look, I would be too, but he was not looking confident or calm. He was looking like a man who is, he's on trial for his life, basically.
Yeah, let me tell you something. As a nice Jewish guy in Miami Beach from New Jersey, if I was facing life in prison, I'd look a hell of a lot worse, but he does not look good. That to me is the scariest thing on planet Earth. I would not last more than a day in prison. I don't know what I would do. Tim Jansen, glad you're sort of feeling better. It says behind you, keep calm and carry on, but keep calm and don't break any more ribs. We're going to come check on you when we're in Tallahassee. This is the COE's job here. Great coverage and panel. Clip it into a sizzle reel. Did you hear that, COE? There's a comment from her. Tim Jansen, do you agree? You are the Tallahassean. Could this be over as early as possibly the end of next week? What do you foresee in the coming days?
Well, I want to thank Daniel because I think Daniel has pretty much guaranteed we're going to see Georgia versus Charlie on the witness stand. Daniel has emphasized they're going to play multiple tapes. They're going to play the first Dolce Vitae, and he's going to play the second Dolce Vitae, trying to show that they really didn't need this enhancement. They didn't have the evidence, and it's no different than it is now. I think Charlie could be on the stand for a couple days. I don't know who they're going to call besides Charlie, but I don't think they'll finish next week. They're going to have to bring in the tapes. Georgia should still focus on proving her case as she was going to, because this juror doesn't know all the things that we all know, the facts. So maybe they'll finish on Monday of the following week, but it's certainly not it was never going 3 weeks. But I think it's going to be great with Charlie and Georgia. That's going to be riveting.
When do you think that happens? On Monday when I'm there, Tim, I hope?
I don't think it's going to be that soon. Because I don't think it'll be that soon. Today's Friday.
Today's Thursday.
Friday.
Tomorrow's Friday. Well,
yeah, no, I don't think they're going to be done that. No.
Government has to rest first.
Yeah, something better happen when I'm up there, Tim Jansen.
How long are you here for?
Just a few days, unless Charlie's going to take the stand, and then we'll stay. Look at the COE. Shout out to Best Guest, Space Coast. He does all the work behind the scenes. Steve Cohen, the mods for being on air with us all day, and of course, special thanks to STS Nation. Where's my thanks, COE? Yeah, we're going to be up there. Do me a favor. I just had the web address up there, our email address, I should say, survivingthesurvivor@gmail.com. Survivingthesurvivor@gmail.com. Let us know if you want us to do more trial coverage in the coming weeks. We're going to stay on the Charlie Adelson trial. You're right, Joel. You're on kid duty now. That's great. Can't wait. Luckily, I have to do court TV. Look at this. Cliff Frankenberger throwing me under the bus. This is going to be the thing that eats away at me all day. Joel's trademark phrase is, it's what happens after 8 hours, Cliff Frankenberger. So let us know if you want us to do more of this trial coverage. We are going to stay on the Charlie Adelson trial, stream that live. We will have special analysis as it warrants when Charlie, if he does, when he takes a stand, and other big names. Obviously, you just saw Wendi Adelson. So we will stick on that. I will be doing court TV, as I said, 8 o'clock tomorrow. We will stream all day, 5 p.m. It's Great Scott, True Crime Phil, with Phil Waters and Scott Duffy. And then we're in Tallahassee starting Monday live from there. Until then, love you, America. Love you, Texas. Love you, the UK. David, are you in New York?
Yes. New Jersey, suburbs.
Even better. Love you, the great state of New Jersey, my home state. Love you, Tallahassee, Tasmania, everywhere near and far in between, the Republic of Ireland and Israel. And I've got to put up this show close. Here we go. Guests, stick around for 1 sec so I can thank you, everyone. Till next time.